Alright, can you see the game? Can you hear me? Do you hear you as well? I've put party audio on, so hang on a second, folks. There's just a little bit of technical difficulties. Okay, my microphone is on. More audio options. Party audio. Let me switch it off and on again. Party audio is on. Can you hear yourself? Can you hear yourself? Can you hear yourself now? I can assure everyone at home who's watching, I am streaming it with people involved, but for some reason, it's not picking up the audio of the voice call I'm in. Which I'll show you. I'm in a lobby there. I'm not asking it to appear on the stream. I just want to make sure that maybe if I turn party audio off, that might help. So if I do party audio off, can you hear yourself now? Well, this is a good way to start, right? Yay! Technical difficulties. Options. Let me check this. Mute my mic off. Deafen off. Maybe if I switch to game chat on. Nope. That'll just mute me. I don't want the all for mute. I don't want the music app on. There's nothing in the Discord menu I can use. That's what I was trying. Microphone is on. Party audio. The only thing I think of is party audio on, and it doesn't seem that like that's working. So try again. I mean, hearing me is okay because I'm kind of hosting, but unfortunately, I was trying to do this as a podcast for you guys at home with my friends, but apparently my Xbox Twitch isn't picking up the audio of my friend who's in the chat with me at the moment. So, yay! This is a. So this will be a stream where I've got voices in my head. They counsel me, they understand. They definitely exist. I assure you. I'm just should I just keep going with myself and have you in have you basically reacting to my chat in my voice chat in the background. So the idea of this was going to be, I'm doing this as a podcast, and apparently the only game it will work as a podcast for will be Knights of the Old Republic 2, which I'll be streaming on my PC. So it'll be easier to balance the voices for that one. So, but unfortunately for my Xbox games, which I was going to plan this for, you'll be stuck with my terrible voice. And me talking as if I've got people in my head. Which I technically do, because I can hear voices in my head because I'm in a party chat. So let's just not worry about it and just start the game, shall we? So what we got the options here for is the Origins main game. We've got Awakening, which is a DLC. And we've got more throwaway DLCs, which is basically, this is a what if scenario if the heroes fail. I don't really like it that much. This technically is a prequel to the game, which I could play if you wanted to, but it's not really that important. And these two are sequels as well. This one I'm more than likely do because it adds some context. It adds some context to the end of the main game. This one I normally ignore because it's not very good. First off and second off, it doesn't really add to anything. So let's just go ahead and start with the main game, shall we? Agreed. A yay or a nay would be appreciated from the voices in my head. So we'll start with the main game, yay or nay. The beginning is technically this because that's a prologue, but it's not really an important prologue. I know. Fair enough, we'll play the main game. You cheeky sod, you in my head. Not you, the people watching at home, which appropriately is also the cheeky sod that's talking in my head. I'll shut up now because this is the intro. This is a very good intro. Let me rest my voice. Apologies for those at home, I'm still recovering from the flu.
The Chantry teaches us that it is the hubris of men which brought the Darkspawn into our world. The mages had sought to usurp heaven, but instead they destroyed it. They were cast out, twisted and cursed by their own corruption. They returned as monsters, the first of the Darkspawn. They became a blight upon the lands, unstoppable and relentless. The Dwarven kingdoms were the first to fall, and from the deep roads, the Darkspawn drove at us again and again, until finally we neared annihilation. The Grey Wardens came. Men and women from every race, warriors and mages, barbarians and kings. The Grey Wardens sacrificed everything to stem the tide of darkness and prevail. has been 4 centuries since that victory, and we have kept our vigil. We have watched and waited for the Darkspawn to return. But those who once called us heroes have forgotten. We are few now, and our warnings have been ignored for too long. I have seen with my own eyes what lies on the horizon. Maker, help us all.
Translation. My God. So, this is how COVID-19 started. I'm sorry, off-color joke, I had to do it. Anyway, male, female, doesn't really matter, but I'm just gonna, to start with, I'm just gonna stick with male just to show off all the origin stories to my friend and also to you at home. I know I can go with what I want, just as I'm saying this in person in my head, but I kind of want to show the description of all the background first, for the audience as well. Let's start with the male warrior, whose background is the human noble. Born to wealth and power, second only to royalty, you find your training in both diplomacy and battle put to the test as your brother leads the bulk of your family's forces to war in the south. Typical warrior, but technically, if you want to be phonetic about it, this is what people consider the true origin story of the main character of this game. The second origin, you could be human or an elf for. I'm just going to use human just to make it simple. Mage. So, the mage's background is wielding a power as dangerous as it is potent. You know that magic is a curse for those lacking the will to control it. You anxiously await your harrowing, one chance to prove yourself against the demons lurking within and without. Succeed or be slaughtered by the knights who warred against your kind. Let's just say magic is almost a taboo in this setting, so if you have magic, you're going to be instantly suspicious towards those who serve what we consider in this setting to be the church. So, like in the real world, the church has a lot of influence in life. Well, back like the real world back in the medieval times. Let's just say this is kind of similar to what the world was like in the 13th, 14th century, where the church had a lot of influence. Yeah. Let's go with the elven backgrounds next. I'll go to warrior again. You're going to be a city elf. You have always lived under the heavy thumb of your human overlords. But when a local lord claiming his privilege with the bride shatters your wedding day, the simmering racial tensions explode into a rain of vengeance. Ah, another voice has been entered into my head. Hello. I heard someone connect. Maybe I accidentally did. Maybe I got disconnected and reconnected or something, I don't know. And the daily shelf, which I'll be using a different class for, but whatever, if I do this one. proud of your role as one of the few true elves you have always assumed you would spend your life with your tribe, until a chance encounter with a relic of your people's past threatens to tear you away from everything you've ever known. Just as FYI, this is I would consider my favourite origin, but it's very tight between the three I'm very partial to. And then we go with the race of dwarves. I see you're not as impartial as you thought you would be. So do I, but we'll just read through them. Born castless into a land where rank is everything. Bound as the lackey and thug of a local crime lord, you have spent your life invisible, until chance thrusts you into the spotlight, where you can finally prove whether you will be defined by your actions or your birth. And the final origin to be selected, Dwarven Noble. As the favoured child of the Dwarven King, you proudly take up your first military command, only to learn that the deadly intrigues of family and sycophants may pose a greater danger than even the battlefield. So, without bias, without telling me which one I should go for or not, I'm gonna ask you this, person in my head, and also the audience as well. Say so in the chat. Say it in the chat if you feel like it, if people are there. Which of these origin stories sounds the most interesting to you? I will say, while it's not amongst my favourites, the Dwarven Common origin is really interesting. I will personally say, I'll give you the order of how I like them now before I make a choice. My personal favourite, as I've played these origins a few times, my personal favourite origin is the Danish Elf, because I love the intrigue and the mystique of it. The Danish Elf, the tribal elf. My second favourite one is the Dwarven Noble, because the politics of the Dwarven cast is just amazing, and that's one that shows off the politics the best of this game. My third favourite one is your typical human noble, not because of the origin itself, but because of the implications that origin has for the game itself. My fourth favourite, you just pointed out, the Dwarven Commoner, because it's like your typical rags to riches story, and the way we do it is really interesting. And then the ones that are kind of lesser in my mind, I do enjoy them, but they're kind of lesser in my mind, are the City Elf, which is basically your typical slavery story, which has been done 1,000 times. It's nothing that new in my opinion, with the way they do it, and I don't like the Mage's origin that much, because it's just basically, it's your typical beware the church story, pretty much. Yeah, at least the human noble, as basic as it sounds, does have really good implications in the story going forward, so that's why I like it. So I'm going to go back to the top, and then I will give you... I'm going to give you the option, because I've told you the three that I'm more partial to, which are the Dwarven Noble, the human noble, and the tribal elf, the Danish elf. Okay, I'll do a dwarf noble then. Male or female, if you want. Male or female. You know what? I'm gonna go against that for once because I have never played. Every time I've played this class, I've always played a dude, and I've heard that, and because of the politics of the dwarves and how I've heard about how the dwarves act, I kind of want to play a female because I just kind of want to. Because the dwarves nobles are typical females or a lesser class, so I kind of want to see how things go if you play a dwarven noble who's female. Background dwarf. I'll go as a warrior because personally, for most of these classes, I have a sort of this background fits this sort of playstyle. So for human noble and dwarven noble, I always think warrior. For the dwarven commoner and the tribal elf, I always think rogue. I could go either or for the city elf and mage. I mean, yeah, you're a mage. You don't have a choice. So yeah, I'm gonna go for a warrior. And dwarven. Your personal favourite is dwarven noble, but we're going on a consensus of what I like and what you like. Voice in my head. So we will be playing this. We will be playing this playthrough as a dwarven noble.
Greetings.
Is the screen back on now? Yeah. I thought it was because I was entering a name, so... Freya Idukun. That's got a nice ring. That's got a nice ring to it, don't you think? Because the surname in this game, it's always chosen for you because of your background, so you can only choose your first name, so... I like Freya Idukun. It's got a nice ring to it. Says the voice in my head. Anyway. Let's choose our preset. So we've got this one. We have this one. which it looks a bit sunburnt in my opinion. I've been out in the sun too long, even though we're underground. This one looks like a Japanese schoolgirl. Okay, we're moving on. Oh my no. I like this one. I'm partial to this one so far. I'm gonna look at all of them, but I'm partial to this one so far. Ooh. I'm also partial to this one. Frumpy pitch behind the bar. Moving on. Ah! I've just had some treatment. So, it's between this one and this one. If someone's got a coin, please flip it because I can't choose between them. They both look a really good preset. Open a D2. This one. Okay. This will be our preset. I think the face is fine. The face is fine already. Let's see what the tattoos look like before I decide anything. The tattoos only. Ooh, I like that one because it kind of makes it look like she's wearing some sort of tiara. I think I'm gonna stick to having her have that tattoo because why not? Let's have a look at a good colour. I kind of like that faded grey one. There. And then if I fade it a little bit, how does that look? I kind of like it. Hair. Let's have a look at different hairstyles. Ah, she's got a noose! The noose is loose. You can hang a peasant off of that. No. That one's okay. No. I mean, on a human, that would look alright, but on a dwarf, nah. Ah! Someone call the midwife. I think this one and the original one are winning at the moment. Doctor, I think I've got a condition. I kind of like that, braid. Ah, too many braids! I don't want to be Princess Leia, thank you. No, that looks ugly from behind. That looks ugly all around. It's a bit too short for me. Way too short. If you're a bloke. I don't give a crap about what's going on. What's going on in real life? I don't give a damn. So between the hairstyle that you can hang a present off, which I'm kind of partial to, or I think it was this one. Yeah, it was this one. I like it, but I kind of like the other one equally. It's basically, do you like the noose on the back, or do you want it plain? Pretty much. So this one. I kind of like simple hair as well, so I think we'll go with this one. In that case. Hair colour. No to white. That strawberry blonde I kind of like. Ooh, the auburn now. I'm very partial to an auburn. Too red. I like red as a colour, but that's too... For hair, that is too red. That's almost... mahogany. I do like that sort of darkish to lightish brown. I don't know about you, but I like the auburn way too much. Eyebrows needs to be the same colour as the hair, I'm sorry. Okay, I like that design. Now for the eyes. The eye shape is fine for me. Just the iris colour. But I don't want to change it. That hazel eye, the hazel eyes, that just look too good. Nose is fine, mouth is fine already. I kind of like those cheeks. I'm sure the ears are fine as they are, so I'll leave it. Portrait. I kind of like the position of the portrait already. But let's have a background, shall we? Let's not have a plain background. Plain backgrounds are boring. I mean, gold suits her position in life, so that could work. Again, purple, another regal colour, always works. I like that one. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, I think I found our winner. That one. Okay. We get to choose. We don't get to hear it in dialogue, but we get to hear the background dialogue voice of this character. So we can have wise.
No, it is gone.
You can have cocky.
How do you do?
You can have experienced. You can have smart. Okay, you've got. I'll just. You've got wise, cocky, experienced, smart, sultry, or violent. I'll shut up now and let you listen to the voices for the audience and the voice in my head. I sound weird, but fuck it.
Greetings. I have lost the spell. I must try another tactic. How do you do? Damn, lost the spell. This is not good! Greetings. Oh, that didn't work. Well, this is odd. My weapon is useless. Greetings. I cannot cast it! It is unharmed! Charmed. It didn't work. Well now, this does nothing. Greetings. Oh, my spell! This isn't working. Need something else.
So, which one sounds best?
Charmed. I lost the spell.
You like sultry, okay. We'll go with sultry. And that means character creation is complete. All we've got to do is choose her stats. That's including technical difficulties. So we've got, for warriors, strength is apparent. And constitution is apparent. Dex is also important for like being able to use stuff. Willpower is more for mages. Cunning is more for being able to pick locks and stuff, and that's more of a rogue stuff. But cunning is also useful for like persuasion checks, being charismatic. So I might take a little bit in cunning so I can actually get some charismatic feats. And I think my strength, dex, and constitution scores are fine as they are for now, in my opinion. I think what I might do is put 3 into cunning and 2 into willpower, so I've got a little bit of stamina for battle, and then also I can use my cunning feats to actually increase my persuasion checks. Kyle's gonna try and make me to do mid-back stuff. I know. And what is that voice in my head? Yeah, we can get to that later. Voice in my head. Anyway. Anyway, we've got your general feats, which I've got 2 to spend at this point. We've got your general warrior feats, which is this would be very. I might get that straight away because that's very useful to actually use any armor I want without and reduce the penalty for wearing it. So I'm going to pick that one up straight away, and then I've got one more feat to choose, which is precise striking. I sacrifice attack speed for a bonus to attack, as well as an increased chance to score critical hits for as long as this mode is active. That requires 10 dex. That sounds alright. And then we've got our fighting styles, which is you've got your dual weapon, which can be used by warriors, but it's not it's more recommended for rogues. I don't think I'll be using this fighting style, but we'll have a look at them. We've got fighting with 2 weapons, now deals closer to normal damage bonus with an offhand weapon. When in this mode, the character strikes with both weapons simultaneously. Attacks cause more damage, but the character cannot inflict regular critical hits or backstabs. The character sweeps both weapons in a broad forward arc. I mean, I might use this for. I might have been using this style for the other Dwarven Origin, where I'd have picked a rogue for that for the Dwarven Covenant backstory, which I think is more fitting. So I might go dual whipping with that if we come back to this game. Archery is a good backup fighting style to have. So if you want, if something's too dangerous to attack in melee, just go into range. But I'm going to be focusing on one of these 2 styles, which is going to be weapon and shield or 2-handed. Looks like I've already got a weapon and shield feat. So, do I do weapon and shield or do I go 2-handed? Because both of those are... For me, I think a dedicated sword and board fighting style fits the human noble more personally. And I was already thinking of a dwarf noble sounds more like a great weapon fighter, like a giant sword, or Ghibli style, like a giant battle axe. So I'm going to go with a 2-handed fighter. So our first option is Pommel Strike. Instead of going for a fatal attack an enemy expects, the player strikes out with a weapon's blunt end, knocking the opponent to the ground unless it passes a physical resistance check. Because this game is styled on D&D, and we all love D&D, don't we? I don't quite have enough strength yet to go for this one, which is Sunder Arms. The character attempts to hinder a target's ability to fight back, rather than going directly for a killing blow. Unless the target passes the physical resistance check, it suffers a penalty to attack for a short time. I might pick that up later, but what have we got next? Mighty Blow. The character puts extra weight and effort behind a single strike, gaining a bonus to attack. If it hits, the blow deals critical damage, and imposes a penalty to movement speed unless the target passes the physical resistance check. That sounds... I think I'll start with that, shall I? And for those of you at home who care about difficulty in a game, I don't, I'm afraid, so I'm going to piss a lot of people off here, and I don't fucking care. I play games for the story, so I'll be playing this on easy. If you don't like that, tough.
Deep beneath the Frostback Mountains sits Orzammar, the larger of 2 known remaining dwarven cities in the world. Orzammar was once the seat of a major empire connected by tunnels called Deep Roads, which stretched thousands of miles. The city now stands alone, cut off from the rest of the dwarven ancestral lands by the Darkspawn incursion. Secure in Orzammar's impregnable construction, the dwarven noble houses continue their centuries-old power struggles. Assassination and blackmail are commonplace, but the appearance of honor is paramount. You are the 2nd child of King Endrin of House Aidukan, the 9th Aidukan ruler elected by the Noble Assembly. You grew up in a world rife with political intrigue and have struggled against brothers and cousins for honor and prestige. Today, a feast celebrates your first military commission, the opening move towards real power in the ever-changing game of dwarven politics.
Greetings, my lady. You are dressed and ready. Excellent. I couldn't find the armor's matching dagger, but I scrounged up a rather fancy longsword. Do you wish to wear your shield to the noble's feast?
I'm going to play along with politics for now, so...
As opposed to the paragon of beauty.
You, my friend, are freaking...
One can't take all this marching about and speech-making too seriously. Moving on to the business at hand. The king expects you to make an appearance at the feast, but there's no rush. The noble family heads will spend hours boring your father with petitions and petty grievances.
What sort of grievances? Because I need to take an interest in politics right now since I'm the second child of...
The usual. This lord had my cousin killed, this lord seduced my wife, this lord did the exact thing I'd planned to do to him, but he did it first. They pose and bluster, and each pretends he is the honorable man in a den of thieves and assassins. Bah. The rest is worth seeing, though. As part of the celebrations, permits have been auctioned off to members of the merchant caste who wish to sell wares in the Diamond Quarter. Lord Harrowmont has also opened up the provings for young warriors to test their mettle before tomorrow's battle. Rumor has it that Harrowmont hopes you'll be swept off your feet if a well-placed young nobleman wins the provings in your honor.
Whoop-de-friggin' do. Not likely to happen.
Still, it could be fun to watch, shall we?
Yeah, why not?
With you as always, my lady. The day is ours until the feast.
I'm starting off with sword and shield at the moment. Because that's what I've got. We've got your DLC. Even though this is not the Ultimate Edition, I've got all the DLC for this game already anyway, so don't worry about it too much. These are just your typical controls, menu. There's your quest log, which details the conversation we just had. That just keeps track of all the people we've killed and what's the most powerful foe we've killed so far. And this is all the DLC I've got installed, pretty much. That is your prologue, and you've got different other stuff involved. That's your character screen. I do have a battle axe, but I don't have enough strength to wield it at the moment. So I'm going to be doing sword and shield stuff, which I do have some feats for sword and shield, so it shouldn't be too bad until I get the strength required to wield the battle axe. These are all DLC stuff, which I don't have the strength for, dex for to wear yet. That'll increase my stats by, all my stats by +1 anyway. You've got your healing potions, so then later on you can pick up some mana potions for your mages. These are your quest items and other items and stuff, which isn't important yet. This is your stats page, so if you look at all my stats, I look pretty well off, really, don't I always like to make well-balanced characters, which is to offer to Klaus, another friend of ours, Chagrin, because he likes to min-max. So as you can see, I've got slightly less health than I normally should have, and I've got way more stamina than I should have. Don't look too bad. These are all my skills. So very talkative and a very good warrior. And these are all my talents. Should we get on with the game then? Just post a GIF for the editor or whoever wants to. Just post a GIF here saying, yes, get on with it! This is the codex entry. You can read this is your father. Given about the, I don't really tend to. I'm not going to read all the codexes out loud because I'm just going to skim over them in the notes, so we're not reading them. I don't want to bore you half to death by all the codex entries. Let's save that for Mass Effect, where the codex entries are vocalized. That's given us some more health, a grease trap, some more weapons. Ooh, a Darth Maul. I doubt it's called a Darth Maul, but whatever. Can I use the ball? I can't use the Darth Maul, I don't have enough strength. I was going to use the Battle Axe anyway, but whatever. Let's take some money out of my mirror. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the cheapest bitch of them all? It's just the bitch that lives down the road. Good.
I am proud to serve the Idukans.
Good for you. That's your brother's room. Big brother's room. So technically, that room belongs to the heir to the throne.
Congratulations on being named commander.
I found a book! Okay, that codex I will read because that's important for where we are. I'll read these two. Dwarves are lauded for their craftsmanship, and the city of Orzammar is one of their finest works. Orzammar lies in the heart of the Frostback Mountains, deep underground. The city arcs outward from the royal palace, which is built around a natural lava vent, continually fountaining liquid rock, which both lights and heats the entire cavern. Oh, we've got central heating taken care of. Yay! Topmost tier of Orzammar is home to a noble caste, with their palaces fanning out in both directions from the court of the king, as well as the Shaperate, which serves as the repository of all dwarven knowledge. The lower tier is the commons, where the peasants live, where the merchant caste holds away, and where the finest works of Orzammar's craftsmen are for sale. In the centre of the river of lava, connected to the commons is a causeway, are the proving grounds, a sacred arena where the dwarves by ancient tradition settle their disputes. They kill each other. Midget combat! On one side of the fiery river are the ruins of old dwarven palaces, fallen into disrepair, which the locals call Dust Town. Sorry, you got blood nose. Now home to the city's cashless uber peasants. On the other side of the river are the deep roads, which once joined the sprawling Dwarven Empire together, but now, after centuries of darkspawn incursions, are largely sealed off. Nearly all knowledge of this network of underground passages have been lost, even to its builders. Over the history of the city, Chapter 1. The memories tell us that our kingdom once reached far beneath the mountains, and that the tides were almost beyond counting. Kalsharok was the capital then, home to all the noble houses, and Orzammar was simply the home of the miner and smith castes. It was with the Tevinter Imperium that things changed. Paragon Garal moved the seat of power to Orzammar to more closely oversee the trade that began with the surface. It seemed that our people were entering a new age of prosperity. The memories hold no explanations for the coming of the Darkspawn, only questions. At first, there were rumors, noises in the deep roads. The deep roots! They were cussing each other from afar. We are the deep rudes. We rude to the elves. A lost traveller here and there, the warrior caste sent men to patrol the road, and thought the matter settled. We did not know that while we searched for them, they were engaged in a search of their own. Sleeping deep in the stone itself was the Archdemon. They found him and awakened him, and the blight began. The Darkspawn poured out of the deep road like smoke then, and the warrior caste struggled to hold them back. Countless times were lost in that first blight, but as ever, in the worst moments of our need, the Paragon arose. Paragon Idukan led the defense of Orzammar, and the Dark Horde was beaten back. The cost of victory, however, was great. Much of the deep roads were sealed to hold back the Darkspawn, cutting off ties and even whole cities forever. Da-da-da-da.
I am at your service.
Lord Balin? Oh, I'm sorry.
My little brother has a whore. A letter from Rika. I'm not going to read it. So, woo. That's just the history of our house, whatever. I'm only going to read important bits of dialogue. I'm not going to read everything. I'm only going to read the important ones. What are you hiding from me? Or from Merchant's Belt? Did I talk to my brother's whore?
I'm sorry. I thought you were Prince Balin coming down the hall. Forgive me.
No harm done.
I will show myself out. With your leave, my lady.
You may go, you may stay. It's not really my business.
Thank you. I will go now.
That character is important to another origin story. Care to guess which one? Correct. It was kind of easy because she's a dwarf.
I am at your
That over
service.
here is your dad's room, the king.
I am at your service.
We've got two options. I can either go straight to that door, which will thrust us back, which will thrust us more into the main story, or I can go that way and show off the actual city. Which would you prefer? First, I could go that way, which will take us to the feast that the king is holding in my honor, and advance the main plot, or I could go that way and explore the city. Explore the city?
Your father has allowed the merchants to show their wares in the Diamond Quarter during these celebrations.
He what? I'm sorry, I had to.
I am at your service.
Wait for you.
I'm sure we can work this out reasonably. It's in the records. There's nothing I can do. Please, Master Volney. My work is accredited by the Shaper.
These books are lies written by the enemies of House Volney.
I write only what I find in the ancient records. Lady Iduken, you can vouch for my work, can't you? Your father loved my History of Iduken, Paragon King, Peacemaker.
So did I.
This worm has written a book that slanders my house.
What did
It doesn't matter, it's all lies.
Scholar?
My work tells the stories of all those raised to paragons in the last 500 years. When the Assembly names a paragon, that man or woman is then, by definition, everything one can aspire to be in the world. They form their own noble houses and are revered as living ancestors. But paragons start off as men.
Volney was more than a man.
Just get to the point. Why are you so angry about that?
Volney became a paragon by the narrowest margin in history. One vote. A vote mired in rumors of intimidation, intrigue, and outright bribery. The records of that vote are kept in the Shaperate and are a matter of fact. Not liking history doesn't make it any less true.
And that is
You're
correct.
taking his side? What if he published a book like this about your paragon Iduken?
Truth is more important than
You would
pride.
not say so if it was your house, but I shall respect your wishes. For now. Excuse me, Your Highness.
That fool has no idea how weak his house is or how low he sits in it. Shall I have him killed, my lady?
What do you think, Scholar?
Well, historically, it has been prudent to eliminate a small threat before it becomes larger.
And to be honest, in this sort of situation, as grim as it sounds, it is the right call.
How do you want it done?
Let's do it just make it look like an accident.
Understood.
You've shown yourself more daring and aggressive today than most believed of you. Someday I hope to write of the great exploits you are sure to perform.
Word has been sent. You won't live past the hour.
You've shown House Iduken a friend to research, history, and the glory of our people.
Carry on with your work, Scholar.
Of course. I have much to document and organize. Good day, Your Highness. And thank you.
You, merchant.
The finest in home
Please,
decorations!
My lord, these are surface silks.
I don't like home decorations. Patooey.
I've seen Prince Balin Iduken himself wearing a robe made of something quite similar.
Why do you look like you?
Exorbitant price, only to end
You
up
have a
looking
twin.
like a poor imitation of Prince Balin.
Ah, my friend.
You'll get no coin from me.
But that's not what I meant, my lord. My lord!
What happened?
My Lady Iduken, you honor me by visiting my humble booth. May I show you my wares? Please,
Let's have a look.
look as you will.
I'll sell the stuff. While I'm here, I'm going to sell the stuff I don't want. So I'll sell those daggers, I'll sell that mace, I'll sell that maul. I'll also sell that short bow. Keeping these. I don't want clothes. I don't want clothes! I'll keep these for now. Don't really care about using traps. No, thank you. That's just a load of metals and stuff.
They say they are going to strike a blow with the poor.
Atras Vala, big
it's our
sister.
brothers.
How surprising to run into you out among the common folk.
Especially since duty requires that you attend our King Father at the feast today. Have you so little respect for him to disregard his wishes on a day set aside for you?
Lord Harrowmont told me we wouldn't be needed for hours at least.
Silence! If I want the opinion of my sibling's second, I will ask for it.
Yes, Your Highness.
I'll go as soon as I'm done.
Perhaps you were right, Balin, when you said our sister wasn't all useless breeding flesh. I'll be along later to toast your command. Come, Balin.
That was fun. Nothing like being talked down to by the next king.
Maybe becoming king will help Khan.
We can only hope.
We don't know.
Perhaps we should get going.
If he wants to be uppity, let him be uppity. It's not my problem.
Look at this piece, darling.
My Lady
It
Iduken,
rivals even the work
nothing
of
here
the
rivals your amazing Iduken armor, but if you wish something made,
You know very well House Iduken has its own royal armorers.
of course, forgive me.
Tell me about your pieces.
Your Highness's legendary prowess is matched only by your kindness.
Let's have a look at
I buy only the finest iron ore, and personally oversee the armor's crafting by the most skillful of the smith caste. Of course. The honor was all mine.
Nonsense, woman. Your words bring shame upon our house.
My lady.
Let me
You
just
honor
see
me,
if
Your
there
Highness.
is. You have nothing I want.
See how the edges are rough and pitted? Would you compare this to Bronca's work?
What about that one?
I doubt he's up to the task.
Greetings, my lady. May I say you look striking today. Is this your paramour? He wears both his vambraces, unmarried and eligible.
I'm flattered, ladies, but I'm not a noble. I'm a knight of the warrior caste.
Warrior caste isn't bad.
Telly, we didn't pay gold for these permits to take warrior caste.
I guess you're right. Sorry, sir.
What's going on
They're
here?
noble hunters, my lady. Because a man takes his caste from his father, they hope to bear a noble lord's son. If a noble hunter succeeds, she is raised up to join the house as a concubine to care for her son. It brings new swords to a house, so many nobles look favorably on such women.
I bet they do.
Well, men will be men. Even your brother Balin has had his dalliances.
Perhaps you could tell him we're here?
Telly, mind your manners.
I'll think
My
about
lady
it.
is kind and generous beyond her duty.
Half what there be in these barrels.
Invest in the next great trade expedition.
Greetings, my lady Iduken. I am so honored to have you visit my booth. I have a proposition, but I dared not approach.
Yet you dare now.
Let's hear him out.
Very well then, speak.
Yes, just so. Here's the thing. What I mean to say is...
Spit it out.
Sorry. So nervous. I had a dagger made for you as a gift for your first command. Sent a messenger to deliver the dagger to you. Prince Trian had him thrown out. I don't know what offense he caused, but I had him beaten severely.
Let me see the dagger.
Here it is, Your Highness.
That's an amazing piece, merchant.
You do me much honor, sir. The blade has been crafted over a period of 2 years by masters of every art. I wish to bless the lady's first command and hope that someday, when she rules, she will wear it.
Trian is heir. He will rule when King Endrin returns to the stone.
If the Assembly wills it. Forgive me, sir, but whispers say the second child of Endrin will be chosen.
Whispers indeed. It's a princely gift. If Trian recognizes it, though, it may send the wrong message. Or the right one, depending on your view.
I'll take
Thank
it.
you. You bring uncountable honor to me.
What he means is that you'll bring uncountable gold to him if you wear that piece in public.
Only the freshest food for your noble table.
Oh, Lady Iduken, here, in my booth. I am so... Oh.
He's fainted. You make quite the impression these days. Is it hard to be the king's child, never able to just blend in? It's the price
Sometimes.
of power, I suppose. Shall we move along?
You are a treasure of House Iduken, my lady.
Most exotic wares and Orzammar.
My lady, are you heading to the proving arena?
Yeah, I pretend to watch the previous.
We have been charged with the task of escorting you to the proving grounds.
I clean forgot about that. Forgive me, I should have informed you sooner. The king decided you were not to travel through the commons unguarded.
Very well, if it pleases my father.
Will we be leaving then? We are at your command.
I'm fine disrespecting my brother. There's no use to it. You have bad hair. You have even worse hair.
Your Highness, it is an honor to have you here. Have you come to watch these brave warriors do battle in your honor?
Yeah,
your presence encourages the fighters to greater feats.
What's wrong? What's wrong, Mike? Yeah, I'll take my
I'll
place.
call the first fighters in a moment. I hope you're enjoying the proving so far.
No quarter!
No quarter!
You met your match!
Stone Curse Duster!
Greetings, Lady Idukan. Are you enjoying the proving so far?
I always enjoy watching a good
Your
fight.
presence will inspire these fighters to even greater effort.
This is the lead trainer of the provings, my lady. He teaches nobles from lower houses without their own trainers, and the best young men from the warrior caste.
He deserves Orzammar a great service.
You are too kind. Did the two of you hear about the scandal here last week?
We've been preparing for tomorrow's battle, and have had little time for gossip.
What was this scandal?
The Grey Wardens are in Orzammar searching for recruits, so the warrior caste arranged a proving. The goal was for the Grey Wardens to recruit the winner, bringing him honor and a chance for glory. Sir Everd, fresh from fighting Darkspawn, got dead drunk before the proving. Then some casteless bruiser took Sir Everd's armor, wore it, and won the proving.
Good for
Lady
him.
Idukan likes to see the world shaken up.
Well, shake up the world it did. They took the imposter to jail. I assume to be thrown into the deep roads as meat for the Darkspawn. The warrior caste is in an uproar. An incident like this raises many questions.
What kind of questions?
Well, how the brand got in here to begin with.
Or how a casteless learned to fight like that. They aren't even allowed to possess weapons.
I've heard they fight in the slums with the old cast-offs. I'm almost curious to see.
I doubt King Endrin would approve of that.
I suppose not. All right, I have to go check on the fighters. It was an honor to speak with you, Your Highness.
Pleasure was all mine, sir.
My thanks. Sigorum, I'll see you later. Good luck tomorrow, the both of you.
It's a great day for approving.
I'm glad to see you up and around. Would you like to congratulate today's winner? Then I shall call him. Franklin!
I am here.
Will you receive honor from Lady Idukan?
Of course. I am honored by your presence.
Right, Franklin.
Thank you, Your Highness.
It was a night of honor and glory that will be spoken of for years to come.
I wasn't
Be
paying
well,
attention.
all of you.
I assume you did well. I was busy talking to the dude behind me.
Good luck tomorrow.
My lady?
I'm ready to
Your
go.
wish is our command.
I think with that done, I think we should go to this feast now. We've done everything we need to do. Daddy needs to see me.
No sign of trouble here.
Daddy needs to see me.
Look, the Grey Wardens are here. The raid tomorrow must be more than a standard mission. The Wardens only go where the Darkspawn are the greatest threat.
Many thanks for your willingness to hear me out, my lady. I wish to speak to you of a matter most urgent.
Okay, Lord Dace, what is
There is a vote coming before the Assembly next week. And a word from you could go a long way towards helping our cause. The vote concerns the status of the so-called surface caste. Lost to the stone, air-touched, and so forth. Centuries ago, narrow-minded men declared that any dwarf who left to live on the surface forfeited his caste, and his house if noble. That he was, in essence, no longer a dwarf. I seek only to remedy an injustice, to retie the bonds of anyone who can trace himself to one of the noble houses wherever he may live. Please, agree to speak for this noble cause.
Why are you so interested?
Those on the surface are our lifeline. They facilitate trade with the surface. They're honorable and, let's be honest. I don't care a whit for those who have wandered from the stone. My wife, however, is a gem of a different color. She has a cousin, a useless sort, but she's quite fond of him. He joined a speculative venture to the surface, hoping to make his fortune, and went bust. Now he wishes to come home, but he cannot, for he has no house and would be casteless. For my wife's sake, I take up his cause. Will you lend me your voice? When your father presents you to the noble houses, I will ask for your opinion on the matter. You have merely to say that you feel our surface brothers should be returned their noble rights. What could be more simple?
Let's talk to someone I definitely know the voice actor for.
You're a
You
fool.
probably recognize the voice actor as well.
Greetings, my lady Idukan. It is an honor to meet you at last.
Do you recognize him? I definitely do. Hello, Albert Ali Duncan.
I have had the opportunity to recently meet with your father. He speaks highly of you. He says you may be the most skilled warrior in all of House Iduken.
My father has been great honor.
I have no doubt it is deserved. We need more Grey Wardens like you, and quickly. Even as the Darkspawn weaken here in Orzammar, they are stirring on the surface. A blight has begun. Soon the fight must go beyond the deep roads, lest the Darkspawn threaten all the world.
I'm afraid I don't know as much as I'd like to about the Grey Wardens.
You know of our dedication to destroying the Darkspawn, our frontline presence during a blight. What else would you know?
Are there many dwarves in the Grey Wardens?
Over the centuries, many dwarves have made names for themselves in our order. These days, however, there are fewer dwarves and thus even fewer dwarven Grey Wardens. A pity, since dwarven warriors have the most experience fighting Darkspawn.
What does this joining in?
Being a Grey Warden means abandoning all ties to your old life. It means dedicating yourself to destroying the Darkspawn. I'm afraid not. Grey Wardens go where they're needed most. Right now, that is on the surface at the ruins of Ostagar, where the human king gathers his armies to face the Blight.
I wish I could join you, but I can't.
Truly? Then I will speak to your father after tomorrow's battle. I have my doubts he will relent, but there is always hope. Until then, good luck to you. Show the Darkspawn what your people are made of.
Ah! More codex time. I've got two codexes to read, because three technically. I'll not read Life in Orzammar because that's not that important. I've got 3 codexes that I need to read. I'll start with this one, Orzammar Chapter 2. We were losing the war against the Darkspawn, slowly, a few men at a time. But losing all the same, the warrior caste was dwindling with each generation, as more able-bodied men perished in their prime without fathering sons. With each generation, more of the deep road had to be sealed. More ties lost forever. The kings of Orzammar, croaky voice, watched and wondered how long it would be until nothing remained of our people but remembrance. And then Paragon Caradin arose from the smith cast with a new weapon, golems, giant soldiers of living stone and metal. Each one was an army. With the Paragon's golems, we began to retake the lands we had lost. For a while there was hope that final victory was coming. But at the height of the war, Paragon Caradin disappeared. And with him the means to make golems. Several forays were made into the deep roads to search for the Paragon, but nothing was ever found. Over time, the golems we had were damaged beyond repair, and we began our slide once again towards extinction. Now we read about the Grey Wardens, who are very important in this game, not as important in the following games. The first Blight had already raged for 90 years. The world was in chaos. A god had risen, twisted and corrupted. The remaining gods of Tevinter were silent, withdrawn. What writing we have recovered from those times is filled with despair. For everyone believed, from the greatest archons to the lowliest slaves, that the world was coming to an end. At Weishaupt Fortress, in the desolate Anderfels, a meeting transpired. Soldiers of the Imperium, seasoned veterans who had known nothing their entire lifetimes except hopeless war, came together. When they left Weishaupt, they had renounced their oaths to the Imperium. They were soldiers no longer. They were the Grey Wardens. The Wardens began an aggressive campaign against the Blight, striking back against the Darkspawn, reclaiming land and giving up the lost. The Blight was far from over, but their victories brought notice, and soon they received aid from every nation in Venus. They grew in number as well as reputation. Finally, in the year 992 of the Tevinter Imperium, upon the Silent Plains, they met the Archdemon Dumat in battle. A third of all the armies in the northern Venus were lost to the fighting, but Dumat fell, and the Darkspawn fled back to the underground. Even that was not the end. The Imperium once revered 7 gods: Dumat, Zezekil, Toph, Andorol, Razikael, Luzcan, and Urthamael. 4 have risen as archdemons. The Grey Wardens have kept watch through the ages, well aware that peace is fleeting, and that their war continues until the last of the dragon gods are gone. The 5th one has just risen at the start of this game. Take a guess at which one. So, as of the end of this game, we still have 2 archdemons left to rise. So the Blight's aren't over by any means. Crap! There's one more to read. This is the Blights. My dear Annika, I would not worry about the assembly. Let the nobles sit together and argue over whose house owns the grandest fat tig. It keeps them from panicking, which they would surely do otherwise, and prevents them from making a greater nuisance of themselves. War is the business of warriors. I would say that the enemy's strategy seems to be changing, but they never appeared to have a strategy before, beyond destroying everything in their path. For weeks their numbers appeared to be dwindling. There was talk of that perhaps we would be getting close to wiping them out. We could not have been more wrong, for today we came upon the body of their main force. I cannot give words to it. Annika, I have never before seen so much death in one place. There were darkspawn beyond counting, and at the heart of the throng a great beast, as tall as the palace of Orzammar, with breath of fire. A paragon of darkspawn, perhaps. They seemed to pay it deference. They were leaving, marching towards the mine shafts which lead to the surface. But I knew when I beheld them that once they have devoured what lies above us, they will be back. From the letters of Paragon I do come. Hello, servants. Hello, peasants.
Your mother would melt the stone if she knew what you just did. Lord
me?
Dace is playing you false. Go ahead, be his puppet. Your first command will be marked by every major house turning their back on you.
If you have something to say, just say
If you are
it.
to play in the games of the Assembly, make sure you know the motivations of the players. Last spring, a guild from the Merchant caste invested heavily in an expedition with a guild from the surface. Lord Dace backed the Merchant Guild, pouring a great deal of money into the venture. The expedition was a disaster.
So this is Lord Dace's play to recover his losses.
Clever child. Lord Dace lost a great deal of money and prestige. The Surface Guild has no way to repay the investment, but it does have several leading members who are descended from noble houses. House Helmi, Bimo, Dukin.
And if the surface dwellers return to their noble
You
house,
begin to see the whole picture. Your house and mine would be forced to pay the Surfacers' kin debts. It would be a great victory for Lord Dace.
let's let Lord Dace think he's fooled.
Just so, my clever friend. Smile and nod, and when he asks his question, tell him that the so-called Surface Caste are right where they belong. That should take Lord Dace down a peg or two.
You know what? This character doesn't like being played for a fool, so as much as she sympathizes with that vote, she doesn't like being used.
Good. Your house's reputation hangs in the balance.
If this was just a genuine attempt to get people back to their houses, she would do it. She's not doing it for someone else's benefit. She's doing it because she believes it.
My king, please reconsider. The trade contracts alone could bring great prosperity to our houses.
Will we really turn our back on our brothers and a potential fortune in cheap labor because of a political technicality?
Denial of the traditions of our people does not qualify as a political technicality. There is more to life than monetary gains, my lords Bimo and Mino. The Assembly of Kal Sharak will respect the rule of Orzammar, or they will rot and die alone, surrounded by enemies.
Yes, my king.
But look, we have company to spare us further wrangling. Atrast Vala, my sweet daughter. How fine you look in your grandmother's armor. Are you ready to be presented to the heads of the noble houses?
Of course, father.
So dutiful. Very well, let us begin. Lords, ladies, grant me a moment of your time. We are here today so I may present to you my second eldest child, blessed by the stone and born of the blood that ran in the veins of the Paragon Idukan. Who would pose a question to the prospective commander? Who seeks to know the prospect better?
I have a question. I seek to know the prospect better.
Lord Dace, head of House Dace, speak.
Lords, ladies, my question concerns the plight of our wayward kin, the so-called Surface Caste. What does the Commander Prospect think is the proper place for these lost souls?
They should be respected for what they do, but no more.
Are you satisfied, Lord Dace? Do you feel you have learned something about the prospect?
Yes, my king.
Then if there are no other challenges, I give you Orzammar's next commander. Tomorrow,
Yay.
Our newest commander will lead part of a mission to strike a great blow to the Darkspawn. Not only does this recover access to some of our most important mines, but it also allows our honored guest Duncan, head of Ferelden's Grey Wardens, to strike far into the deep roads.
Thank you, King Endrin. While the Darkspawn seem to withdraw, it is only because they are massing on the surface. This could mean a blight, and my men and I will discover the truth.
We are honored to have you with us, my friend. Now, feast, drink, and celebrate, for the morning brings battle! As for you, my new commander, find your brother Trian and send him to me. He may be watching the provings, or getting some rest in his rooms.
Of course,
Walk
Father.
well, Commander.
Good luck to you tomorrow.
I suppose you're proud of yourself.
You underestimated me.
That is the way the games of the Assembly are played. Next time, I will think more of you. If you'll excuse me, my lady.
I am at your service. So you're a commander now, in name at least. Shouldn't you be attending our King Father?
Father wanted to see
Of course he does. We must discuss strategy before tomorrow's battle. Balin, stay here and stroke the new commander's conceit if you like. But then get to bed.
I honestly don't know how you put up with him.
Smile, nod, do my duty.
I wish that sense of duty and family loyalty was shared by our elder brother.
Is this something... You sound serious.
Unfortunately, I am. Trian has begun to move against you. I never thought his much-proclaimed honor would allow him to actually act on his jealousy. Big sister, Trian is going to try to kill you.
How'd you know
I
this?
overheard him giving orders to some of his men, and I was shocked. Then it began to make sense. Trian's decided you're a threat to his taking the throne. Maybe he's right.
I mean, he is a pompous ass.
It would be unusual for the Assembly to ignore the King's choice, but it does happen.
The founder of House Bimo became a paragon and king in one move from the Assembly, and he was a commoner.
That was an extraordinary case, but at least a half-dozen times the Assembly named a lesser family member, or even someone from another house, as king. Twice, it was a woman.
So he thinks I would be someone who think of me as the better.
Look at it from his perspective. You're more personable than he's ever been. If you win glory against the Darkspawn tomorrow, it will only strengthen the case for you as the next heir. Trian Veer's father will replace him on the spot. If not, the Assembly will surely turn against him when father dies. You know his pride will never allow him to step aside.
What's your angle in all this?
It seems Trian has shown that brothers can't always be trusted. I am next in line. If Trian succeeds in his plot against you, how long do you think I'll live?
What's your take on
Permission to speak freely? Trian would make a terrible king, but no one wants to say it. He has just enough backing in the Assembly to make it ugly when your father dies, but not enough to become king. Killing him now makes your house stronger and saves a great deal of bloodshed later.
Let's wait and see what Trian
Very
does.
well. I'll keep my eyes open. I don't want to lose my dearest sister.
I doubt Trian would do anything stupid.
I hope you're right, but my heart says this will end badly. I'm taking your place as father's second, so I'll be at hand tomorrow. For now, try to get some sleep.
May the Paragon smile down on you.
I don't trust my elder brother, but the reason I talk like that is because I don't trust my younger brother either.
Treon and his men will clear the way for the Grey Wardens to descend into the easternmost caverns. Those caverns are still infested by the worst of the Darkspawn. We cannot risk our own troops in there.
Understood, Lord Haramond. We should be able to sense the Darkspawn and avoid them once the way is open.
May the Paragons favor you, and the stone catch you if you fall. Come, men! Glory awaits!
Balin, you and your men will second the king, clearing the main road.
Don't you think it looks a little cowardly to allow these humans to take our place where the fighting is thickest?
Are you questioning the battle plan?
Of course not. I'm sure your caution is for the glory of us all.
Enough, Balin. Take your men and make ready. Haramond and I need to have words with your sibling.
Good luck, my sister.
Your father has a special mission for you.
In the eastern deep roads, there is a secret door carved into the stone.
The door leads to a Taig, abandoned long ago by your ancestors. The Darkspawn have made it impossible to reach it.
My father believed that the shield of the Paragon Aidukan remains in that Taig, under the stones of the central room. Reclaim the shield, and glory will be yours.
What else is in the Taig?
My father's writings speak only of the shield. There may be countless other treasures, but only the shield matters.
We've sent 2 scouts ahead to make sure the tunnels are cleared. But be careful. One of the scouts will meet you at the first crossroads you come to. The second will be further in. When you get to the door, use your signet ring to open it. Questions?
Meet the scouts, find the door, grab the shield.
Very good. The crossroads where you meet the first scout will be the rendezvous point. There you can present the shield to the lords and demonstrate the strength of Aidukan.
May the ancestors watch over you, my child.
That look from your father is kind of suspicious. I will say, out of the way, a lot of people don't like the deep roads in terms of the gameplay and stuff and how it acts. I actually quite like the deep roads. I mean, gameplay-wise, it is a bit aggravating long ago, but as for intrigue and setting the story, I really like it.
More Darkspawn, I see. Well, all right.
That's what a Darkspawn is.
Let's go!
I won't spoil too much, but later on, we will be going into how the Darkspawn are bred. I think a war axe is more fitting for a dwarf than a shield. No offense. Dwarves, axes, just fits.
You made it, Commander. Did you run afoul of any Darkspawn?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
We didn't expect any activity in these tunnels at all. Once I finished scouting the tunnels, I hid here to avoid the Darkspawn. Most tunnels are dead ends. The one we want is swarming with those fiends. It's going to be a fight.
Let's be
As you
cautious
say,
then.
onward then.
All of them did, yeah. We have conquered the tiny dinosaurs. Let's just push forward to where we need to go.
Time for more darkspawn, I see.
It's a fight! How lovely!
Take that! For Orzammar! Outside Dugan is victorious!
Don't really have any rogues, so can't unlock that chest. Damn it. I got knocked on my ass. It's on my ass.
You're here. I thought the Darkspawn had got you for sure.
I'm not that easy to
And I'll make sure I'm behind you if we're swarmed. We want the tunnel ahead, but there are Darkspawn tracks all over it. Be careful.
I thought these tunnels were mostly
Well,
abandoned.
abandoned isn't vacant, apparently. Still, 2 months ago we couldn't get within a mile of this place. I'll follow your lead, Commander.
Okay, that scout seems suspicious.
We're going to be attacked!
I can smell them.
Lovely.
No, Doc. This is an alpha. Yes, this is an alpha owl. A very specific now. Alpha owl.
Well, all right.
Yes!
Well done, man.
My
You unlock this chest for me?
grandmother dog is better than that.
Looks like someone beat us to the door.
This Darkspawn body is still fresh. Whoever opened the door is most likely still in there.
They had to have a Duke and Signet ring to
It
get
could
in.
have been stolen. Recently, or generations back.
Or it could be an ambitious cousin out for his own glory.
We'll know soon enough.
Understood. Let's move, men.
Honestly, it's been a while since I played the Dwarven Nobles, so I'm going to enjoy this all over again.
So glad you could finally join us. We feared you'd gotten eaten by Darkspawn. Turns out the shield isn't quite as easy to retrieve as I was led to believe. I wager you know where it is, though. So maybe you tell me where it is, and I don't let my boys have to go at you before I kill you.
Who the hell are you and how did you get in?
I'm your better, that's who. And as to how I got in, that's a question you'll have to ask the stone after I butcher you. Now where's the shield?
Tell me how you got in, and I'll tell you where the shield is.
Bit for bite, huh? Both of us banking on killing the other and losing nothing by the telling? Very well. One of Prince Trian's men brought me this ring. It opened the door just fine. Now where is the sodding shield?
I'll whisper it to your corpse.
Just kill them, boys. We'll find this shield on our own.
Dear me, what's all the fun? Of course.
Be off.
Well, all
Sod
right.
it off. Bandages anyone?
To battle!
That was a close one.
Well, all right.
For Orzammar!
Right behind you!
Is that really Trian's signet ring?
It may have been stolen from it.
Yes, exactly what I was going to say.
Blind as a rock, this one is.
I suggest you shut your mouth and do your job. Let's not waste time. Carry on, men.
Come here!
Why am I supposed to believe a random mercenary who tells me that one of my brother's men gave him the ring?
This is the room where we get the shield. You two, see if you can spot anything. It seems some of these tiles are different from the others.
Hold position. I have no memory of this puzzle, so bear with me. It should be. Just look for a pressure plate and stand on it, pretty much, more or less. Aha! The player character has to be the one to touch the sigil. So I have to use my companions to.
That's it. We've got it.
It doesn't look like much.
The skill of our crafters has come far since then. But still, the shield of Iduken.
The strength of Iduken is in the shield.
I can feel it. It's inspirational.
You say so. It's just a shield.
Enough talk. Where's the rendezvous?
Back in the direction we came from, at the crossroads.
To the crossroads.
Don't have anything that's worth equipping. Really? Let's just keep going.
Did you hear that? Could be more of those mercenaries. Or nuts.
I think the more this plays out, I don't know about you, but the more it plays out, I think the more the little needs to be rather I don't know about you, but that's how I'm thinking. I barely remember it. Because who gains more from the situation? Big Brother? Yeah.
Treen were really scheming against us, this would be the perfect place for an ambush. We've got the shield, and we're all alone out here.
Keep your wits about you.
Of course.
What's that you're muttering about?
Keep your mind on the mission.
Right you are, Commander.
I've just walked backwards, haven't I? frigging game turning me around. Turning me around in the middle of a cutscene. Well, Big Brother's dead.
By the stone, it's Trian.
It must have been a Darkspawn attack. This doesn't look like Darkspawn. Bites, no scratches, no mutilation.
Balin's outplayed me.
Brother? Someone's coming.
I mean, who else is it gonna be?
Hurry, Father, before it's too...
By all the ancestors, what has happened here?
It seems we weren't fast enough. Balin was right.
My daughter, tell me this isn't what it looks like.
We just got... It's not, I
She
assure you.
killed Trian, just like he said she would.
My lady is innocent.
Sir Gorham, your loyalty makes you a useless witness. It falls to others to tell the story. You, Scout, what happened here?
Trian and his men were here early. It seems they'd done battle with the Darkspawn. Lady Iduken came up to them, all friendly-like, but when we got close, she ordered us to attack.
Frandlin Ivo, you are a good and noble man. Did the scout speak the truth?
He did, my lord. It was terrible. Prince Trian didn't stand a chance. Afterward, my lady stripped his signet ring.
You treacherous bastard! Silence, Gorham! Do you have anything else to say, my daughter?
How can you not see that this is all a setup?
I want to believe that. I really do.
Bind her. She will be judged before the assembly. To Orzammar.
As I said, it's the little brother. Two points into that to give me 18, which will give me enough to build a battle axe. And I'll put my next point into dex. Go with Pommel Strike. They've taken my inventory, damn it.
You've got 10 minutes, sir. Orders and all. You understand?
Of course. Leave us alone, will you, please? I would have come sooner had they allowed it. How are you?
Why is the assembly not sent for me?
The assembly isn't going to call for you. Balin has taken Trian's place in the assembly. He introduced a motion to condemn you immediately, and it easily passed. He had fully half the assembly ready to vote on something completely against tradition and justice. He must have been making deals and alliances for months, if not years.
As much as I hate it, you have to expect him to be able to play the game.
He's more clever than either of us ever thought. Some of the lords, especially Harrowmont, are suspicious of Balin's instant rise to power. They are rallying, but far too slowly. The Assembly has already sentenced both of us. I am to be exiled to the surface, but you are to be sealed in the deep roads to fight Darkspawn until you are overwhelmed and killed.
What does my father say about
Lord
this?
Harrowmont says the king is taken ill. He couldn't bear losing 2 of his children at once. Lord Harrowmont gave me access to see you so I could tell you this. Duncan and the Grey Wardens are still in the deep roads, in tunnels connected to those you are to be left in. If you survive long enough to find the Grey Wardens, you may be able to escape with Duncan.
I mean, Duncan did say he'd asked my father to join the Grey Wardens. Guess to take a bright spot out of a dark situation, I guess I get to join the Grey Wardens.
Well, perhaps this was meant to be. If you can find them, I'm sure you can join them and escape the deep roads.
I need Darkspawn between me and
Balin underestimated you, much as we underestimated him. I begged to go with you and fight at your side, but Balin's pet nobles wouldn't hear of it.
I wish you'd be going with me as well.
I'm going to try to go to Denerim, the human capital. If you make it out, find me. Our time is up. May the Paragons guide your sword and the stone hold you up.
Same to
I
you,
will always be your man, my Lady Iduken.
They are ready for you now. Here is the prisoner, Lord Harrowmont.
Having been found guilty of fratricide by the Assembly of Orzammar, you are hereby sentenced to exile and death. Your name is from this point forward stripped from the records. You are no longer a person, nor a memory. You are to be cast into the deep roads with only sword and shield. Dare to redeem your life by fighting the enemies of Orzammar until your death. Do you have anything to say before the sentence is carried out?
Balin will destroy your armor, just as he's destroyed
I understand your anger. You should have been allowed to defend yourself. Had I the power to stop this, I would have. Look me in the eye and tell me you didn't do this. For your father's sake.
I didn't kill Tree.
I believe you. That means Balin planned this from the start. Believe me, I will spend the rest of my days making sure Balin does not profit by his deeds. Your father asked me to give these to you. This sword and shield are of fine dwarven make. Strike a blow at our enemies.
Tell my father I went to a warrior's den.
I will. Open the doors and let the condemned walk through. May the stone accept you when you fall.
There's no point pussyfooting around this. I'm screwed. Let's hope I can find some better armor while I'm down here. Why am I wearing the incorrect belt? I want my actual belt, thank you very much. Right, let's go find Duncan, shall we? Because apparently the Great Ones are our only hope of getting out of this.
Lovely. Now this should be amusing.
Perfect. Some armor. Last. And a more traditional weapon for a dwarf. A giant weapon. All I need is a battle axe now, we're good.
It appears we need to fight the entire blight ourselves. As you desire. So I shall.
That is how it's done. Now we're going to run across a dangerous piece of area barefoot. With only a piece of armor and some gloves to our name. Ow. Now the bear trap goes right up to my crotch. Mega ow. If I was a bloke, that'd be instant castration. I can no longer bear children. I'm not a rogue, so I can't open the chest. Besides, nope. Tiny dinosaur. Care about your swords. Bang.
More darkspawn, I see.
Guard armor. Damn it. Damn it, it's for 20 strength people only.
By the Maker!
Oh look, it's the Grey Wardens.
Lady Idukan, what are you doing here alone? Where are your troops?
It's good to see you again, Cordule.
And you as well. Although I'm still filled with questions, such as why are you here in these tunnels alone? May I ask what happened?
Balin's betrayed me.
Ah, you have been made to walk the deep roads, then.
You mean you were exiled? What happened?
I do not think matters of dwarven honor are any business of ours. You need not answer, friend.
I was betrayed by my
Lord
brother.
Trian?
No, Balin. Trian's
I
dead.
see. The brutal intrigue of the Dwarven court continues then. Your father intimated as much. There is no reason for you to walk these deep roads and die for something you did not do. You have already proven yourself both resourceful and skilled, and I would expect nothing less from an Idukan. When last we spoke, you told me you wished to join our order. I imagine this isn't quite what you meant, but you may still find great honor here. As leader of the Grey Wardens in Ferelden, I would like to formally invite you to join our order.
I would be
Then
honored.
welcome. We leave immediately for Ostagar to join with the human forces facing the Darkspawn hordes led by King Caleb. Stay close. There are still Darkspawn around every corner.
And thus we have survived. And that is the Dwarven noble origin. How did you enjoy it?
We will be traveling south through the hinterlands to the ruin of Ostagar, on the edges of the Korcari Wilds. The Tevinter Imperium built Ostagar long ago to prevent the Wilders from invading the northern lowlands. It's fitting we make our stand here, even if we face a different foe within that forest. The King's forces have clashed with the Darkspawn several times, but here is where the bulk of the Horde will show itself. There are only a few Grey Wardens within Ferelden at the moment, but all of us are here. This blight must be stopped, here and now. If it spreads to the north, Ferelden will fall.
Ho there, Duncan.
King Kalen. I didn't expect a
royal welcome? I was beginning to worry you'd miss all the fun.
Not if I could help it, Your Majesty.
Then I'll have the mighty Duncan at my side in battle after all. Glorious. The other wardens told me you'd found a promising recruit. I take it this is she?
Allow me to introduce you, Your Majesty.
There's no need to be so formal, Duncan. We'll be shedding blood together after all. Ho there, friend. Might I know your name?
My name is Frey, Your Majesty.
Pleased to meet you. The Grey Wardens are desperate to bolster their numbers, and I, for one, am glad to help them. It's good to see one of the honorable stout folk outside Ordomar.
How much do you know about my race, Your Majesty?
I've always wanted to learn more. Perhaps you could enlighten me sometime.
If that's what Your Majesty requires.
I do. I'll make sure to have the finest dwarven brew brought up from the palace cellars. After we've dealt with the blight, of course. I've been to Orzammar. King Endrin invited my father to a grand proving long ago. How does Endrin fare these days?
Not right now, but after what we've done here, yeah. I'm actually his daughter. He was fine enough when I last saw him.
Well, it seems your story may be even more interesting than I suspected. Allow me to be the first to welcome you to Ostagar. The Wardens will benefit greatly with you in their ranks.
You're too kind, Your Highness.
I'm sorry to cut this short, but I should return to my tent. Loghain waits eagerly to bore me with his strategies.
Your uncle sends his greetings and reminds you that Redcliffe forces could be here in less than a week.
Ha! Eamon just wants in on the glory. We've won 3 battles against these monsters, and tomorrow should be no different.
I didn't realize things were going so well yet.
I'm not even sure this is a true blight. There are plenty of darkspawn on the field, but alas, we've seen no sign of an archdemon.
Disappointed, Your Majesty?
I'd hoped for a war like in the tales. A king riding with the fabled Grey Wardens against a tainted god. But I suppose this will have to do.
I'm used to that, don't worry about it.
No, I must go before Loghain sends out a
pressure on
search
people
party.
to chat if they want
Farewell,
to chat.
Grey Wardens.
What the king said is true. They've won several battles against the Darkspawn here.
Yeah. That's kind of why I've got you looking at my chat server, and if someone does want to say hello, I can't look at the chat server. If someone does say hello, you can let me know and I can interact. Anyway, back to the game. The king didn't seem like he was taking either myself, my position, former position really, or the Darkspawn very seriously.
True. Despite the victory so far, the Darkspawn horde grows larger with each passing day. By now, they look to outnumber us. I know there is an archdemon behind this, but I cannot ask the king to act solely on my feeling.
What would you have the king
Wait
do?
for reinforcements. We sent a call out west to the Grey Wardens of Orlais, but it will be many days before they can join us. Our numbers in Ferelden are too few. We must do what we can and look to Terran Loghain to make up the difference. To that end, we should proceed with the joining ritual without delay.
A hot meal might be nice before that.
I agree. We have until nightfall to begin the ritual. Every recruit must go through a secret ritual we call the joining in order to become a Grey Warden. The ritual is brief, but some preparation is required. We must begin soon.
What do you have me do?
Feel free to explore the camp here as you wish. All I ask is that you do not leave it for the time being. There is another Grey Warden in the camp by the name of Alistair. When you're ready, seek him out and tell him it's time to summon the other recruits. Until then, I have business I must attend to. You may find me at the Grey Warden tent on the other side of this bridge, should you need to.
I need you to give me some shoes. I'm desperate for shoes. Welcome to the main prologue of the game. Graphics, but still, that was incredible. This game hasn't even got a remaster yet. I'm not joking. We're still playing the original version. I would. Anyway, I'm gonna take a brief. Be right back. So. I'm gonna let the chat interact and let my voice in my head have a break, and I will get some stuff done, and I will be back momentarily. Never fear, never fear. I'm back. And I've just got myself a lovely evening drink, which I very much need and I've been waiting for to get better for. I've got a delicious glass of spiced candy apple rum with lemonade mixer. It is amazing. Anyway. Anyway, back to the game. We have leveled up. I have all these feats that befit me with a giant axe, yet I lack a giant axe. We must rectify this.
Hail, you must be the Grey Warden recruit that Duncan brought. This place hasn't seen such bustle in centuries, I'll wager. Need a hand getting in?
Where be Duncan's tent? I must call him Al-Malik.
Not far. It's straight ahead, just past the royal encampment. Most of your fellas are in the valley with the army, but the recruits seem to be staying up here for now.
I'm looking for the Grey Warden name.
Try heading north. I think he was sent with a message to the mages.
A message? A message? Tell me about Ostergard, the place we'll be spending for the majority of the main prologue of this game. Because what Orzammar was to us was an origin story. We don't normally get to play through our characters' origin stories in game. This is a rare exception, and I really love that. But the actual prologue begins now. Tell me about Ostergard.
Used to be a fortress a long time ago, so I understand. Back in the days when the Wilders used to invade the lowlands. You were just on the eastern side of the ruin. The Tower of Ishal is there, but Tairn Logain's closed it off until the battle. This side is the King's Camp. We've got the Grey Wardens here, the Circle of Magi, the Chantry. You can't swing a dead cat without hitting somebody important.
Ah, nothing like the most important warrior caste of the generation, the king of the country, the highest noble of the country, the mages and representatives of the church being all in one place. What a way to call attention. Is there anywhere to get
Quartermaster, he's just a bit to the northwest. Probably in his tent. He and Tairn Logain are on the southwest side of the camp. The king likes to spend time with his soldiers, though. Sometimes even without his bodyguards. Drives Tairn Logain wild, that does.
I imagine. Tell me about this magic group, Circle of Magi.
A few mages, yes. They even brought those creepy quiet fellows, the Tranquil. Gives me the shivers when they talk, all cold and even. They're to the north of here, bunched up with a herd of Templars glaring at them. Can't miss it.
Do I hear dog barking?
This is Ferelden, isn't it? The king has his kennels on the west side of camp. Stinks from all the hounds. These aren't cute puppies, though. Some of those dogs bite the darkspawn and get too much of that blood in them. It's like poison. Slow, painful death. Terrible.
Oh, bloody hell.
Go on, then.
Can I ask you to say that I'll be going on my way? Is that a fair question?
Good luck to you, then.
Greetings. King Kaelin is not in his tent right now.
Can you tell me about the king? You must know about him a lot.
I suppose I do, though he's spending most of his time with the Grey Wardens. He rides with them wherever they go, in fact. Teyrn Loghain sees the king whenever he can and argues with him over coming battles, but the king just waves him off. The king wants to end the Blight with a single huge battle the bards will sing of for centuries. Do you think that's possible?
I guess we will see in the coming battle.
That's how the Teyrn feels. He'll do what the king wants in the end, though. The king thought it was funny that Teyrn called him reckless, and they fought about the queen.
Do they fight often?
More than usual lately. Good thing the Teyrn's the only one who can speak to the king like that. As you
I
wish.
should be going. Let's meet this Teyrn, shall we?
You approach the tent of Teyrn Loghain. State your business.
My business is me. Tell me about it.
How can you not know of Loghain? He helped free Ferelden. He was the brains behind King Maric's armies and drove out those damned Orlesians. King Maric rewarded him by making him a Teyrn. Can you imagine? A commoner became a high nobleman just like that. Without Loghain, you can bet the king wouldn't be winning against these Darkspawn.
Is the Teyrn inside?
He's inside, but I don't think it's my place to discuss his activities.
Would you mind if I have an audience with him?
I suppose you have a message for him. Hold on, then.
Yes, what is it? Oh, you're Duncan's new Grey Warden, I assume.
I definitely recognize this voice actor, but here's the game. Do you? Yes, I am agreeing.
Kaelin's fascination with the Wardens goes beyond the ordinary. Are you aware his father brought your order back to Ferelden?
I guess it's a fascination you don't share.
The Wardens are impressive, but not as relevant as Kaelin thinks. You're no surface dwarf, I can see it in your eyes. Smart of the Grey Wardens to look for new recruits in Orzammar. I don't suppose you'll be riding into the thick of battle with the rest of your fellows, will you?
I wouldn't know.
If Kaelin has his way, you will. Now I must return to my task. Pray that our king proves amenable to wisdom, if you're the praying sort.
And if he doesn't?
Then simply pray.
What an interesting fellow.
Look carefully, men. This wretched thing is a Darkspawn.
This is supposed to be the battle that sends these Darkspawn back on the ground.
In a non-spoilery fashion, that voice actor will be one you'll be hearing from this channel quite a lot in recent times.
I shall not be left to wander the drifting roads of the Fade, for there is no darkness, nor death in the Maker's light.
I have shoes! I found shoes! The quest for shoes! The quest for shoes has been completed. Dun dun! Player character has acquired shoes. Quest completed.
Blessed are the peacekeepers, the champions of the just.
I have shoes. The only thing that's missing from my arsenal now is a battle axe. New quest added.
Lots of dogs.
Must find battle axe.
We stand here in this hour, good folk of Ferelden, and we contemplate the death that may await. Death is no failure, my friends. Should it find you, you will not have failed your
urge to
king.
what?
You will have served your Maker. Die in this battle, and when you stand before the Maker in the land
Do
beyond
what?
the Fade, he shall not find you wanting. Go not into death gladly,
Are you
but with the
resisting the
knowledge
urge?
that evil has been
Are
held
you
at bay
resisting
by
the urge
your
to do anything
spilled
just
blood.
to watch
And
this?
if you go to stand beside the Maker, go with our blessing, for you shall not be forgotten.
I know.
My friends, let us bow our
It's
heads
fine.
and remember those who have fallen and those who have yet to fall.
Praise be to Popes Cleric. Hello, old
Greetings,
lady.
young lady. You are Duncan's newest recruit, are you not? He's not a man easily impressed. You should be proud.
You didn't have any vocalization for the last line of dialogue. What the hell happened? She's like, "Ooh, it is disrespectful to talk when the music cue has started. I must mumble my words silently. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wind, one of the mages summoned by the king. I am old. I am Freya, former Princess of Iduka.
Well met, and good luck to you on the battlefield. To us all, in fact.
The king thinks the battle will go well.
The king must always seem confident. His behavior affects the troops' morale. He does seem to find his enthusiasm easily, though. Reminds me of a puppy. And I say that with both respect and affection. He is a fine man. To defeat the Darkspawn, we have to work together. It's not an idea everyone seems able to grasp.
He is a man, yet he is also a puppy. Food for thought. Is he more man or is he more puppy? You decide. You faced the Darkspawn before?
Stragglers, yes. Not the vast horde the scouts speak of. I wonder, how much do you know of the connection between Darkspawn and the Fade?
Not much. I know of the Darkspawn being a dwarf, but I don't know much.
It's home to many spirits, some benevolent, others far less so. At the heart of the Fade lies the Black City.
Whoa! Whoa, he's back on the races and that. We prefer to use the African descendant city. What is the Black City?
Some say the Black City was once the seat of the Maker. But when the mages from the Tevinter Imperium found a way into the city, it was tainted with their sin. That taint transformed those men, turning them into twisted reflections of their own hearts. And the Maker cast them back to the Earth, where they became the first Darkspawn. At least that's what the Chant of Light says.
So this is what is according to Gospel. And does Gospel speak the truth?
It may be allegory, meant to teach us that our own evil causes human suffering. Or it may be true. It is as good an explanation as any for now.
I just kill every Darkspawn.
A wise attitude. It's worked well for me in the past. But I'm certain Duncan has more for you to do than talk to me.
No. Hi, your name is Tranquil.
Welcome, young woman. I am one of the Tranquil, my friend. I am of the Circle of Magi. But instead of casting spells and reading tomes, I spend my time enchanting. It is a time-consuming process, but invaluable. Enchantment provides the Circle its wealth. Certainly we would not get by on charity.
What is enchantment exactly? Enchantment.
It is the practice of folding magical lyrium into items first practiced by the dwarves. The Tranquil have learned their runes, and we use them to apply a variety of magical effects. We create the glow lights, as well as the magic staff or the flaming blade. The irony, perhaps, is that it is our very disconnection to our former talents that allows the Tranquil to work with lyrium so. A true mage could not.
What sort of enchantments are there?
Runes exist that hold the power of the elements that increase strength or swiftness. Almost any spell can be given permanency, given enough skill and lyrium. Naturally, the greater the power required, the more expensive the rune will become to create. True power comes with a price, as we know only too well.
What is up with your speech?
Allow me to put it this way. Do you know why those with magical talent are feared?
Not entirely.
Those with magical talent attract demons and spirits. We can be possessed easily and thus become horrors known as abominations. Even those with minor talents attract hungry spirits. Anyone with the power may learn blood magic from these demons. Hence, we are considered dangerous. This is our curse. Thus, I was made tranquil, stripped of emotions and talent. I am no longer dangerous.
How is someone made tranquil?
Our forehead is branded with magic, which stills our talent and mind. The process is irreversible as far as I am aware.
I feel bad for you, man.
You do? I feel nothing. As the name suggests, my existence is quite peaceful. I am alive, productive, and no danger to anyone. Surely that is not a terrible thing. Perhaps we may speak of something else. Do you need assistance?
I need assistance in leaving this conversation right now.
Goodbye.
Codex page, we've got some things that are relevant to this game. Let's start with the Archdemon. It's time for Cord's Codex Hour. It may take an hour to read through. Tedious Boredom, hosted by Cord. Anyway. Sorry, I just had to listen to the voice in my head, so that'll be a weird pause in dialogue for the streams, but no matter. It's fine. As long as they know I'm actually talking to someone, they know I'm talking to someone, and thus, it is a podcast. Unfortunately, we have a technical difficulties that prevent me from using my Xbox to stream the podcast, but whatever. Anyway, the Archdemon. Yes? Check, 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 check. Is this better? I must have actually mumbled. I must have accidentally mumbled something. Anyway. This is for Technical Difficulties podcast. Anyway. The Archdemon. In darkness eternal they searched for those who had goaded them on, until at last they found their prize, their god, their betrayer, the sleeping dragon Dumat, their taint. Twisted even the false god, and the whisperer awoke at last, in pain and horror, and led them to wreak havoc upon all the nations of the world. The first blight. Threnodies 8-7. The false dragon gods of Tevinter, of the Tevinter Imperium, lie buried deep within the earth, where they have been imprisoned since the Maker cast them down. No one knows what it is that drives the Darkspawn in their relentless search for the sleeping old gods. Perhaps it is instinct, as moths will fly into torch flames. Perhaps there is some relevant remnant. Took me a few tries there, but I did it. Gold star. Of desire for vengeance upon the ones who goaded the Magisters to assault heaven. Whatever the reason, when Darkspawn find one of these ancient dragons, it is immediately afflicted by the taint. The taint of game plot. It awakens twisted and corrupted, and leads the Darkspawn in a full-scale invasion of the land. A blight. I'll read this one because it's relevant to the world, so I'm gonna, and it's relevant to later games as well. So, for Tranquil, be prepared with your vomit bags because this is disturbing. Tranquil are the least understood but most visible members of the Circle. Every city of respectable size boasts a Circle of Magi shop, and every one of these shops is run by a Tranquil proprietor. The name is a misnomer. I don't know how to pronounce that word, but we'll go with it. For they are not only tranquil, they are not tranquil at all. Rather, they are like inanimate objects that speak. If a table wished to sell you an enchanted penknife, it could pass as one of these people. Their eyes are expressionless, their voices monotone. Uncomparable craftsmen they might be, but they are hardly the sort of mages to put ordinary folk at ease. So basically what happens to these people, if you're interested, is mages in this game, as described earlier, are vessels easily corrupted by the spirits of the Fade, which is basically a will between worlds, more or less. Demons of the Fade look to inhabit human bodies to exert their terror on the world, and mages are the easiest vessel to take over. So, the Church, wise and powerful in their fear of magic, if they deem a mage as too dangerous to walk the earth, they brand them with a magic seal, driving out all basically they drive out all emotion, all feeling, and all magical talent from a victim, and they become mindless puppets. Basically, yeah, because the Church isn't wrong, right? Anyway, there isn't a dwarf alive who remembers the deep roads as they once were. They were the network of tunnels that joined the tides together. To be honest, it isn't even right to give them such a simple term as tunnels. They are works of art, with centuries of planning demonstrated in the geometry of their walls, with the statues of the paragons that watch over travellers, with the flow of lava that keeps the deep roads lit and warm. The cloud gazers up on the surface talk of the Imperial Highway built by the Magisters of old. A raised walkway that crossed for thousands of miles, something that could only have been built by magic. Perhaps it is comparable to the deep roads, although we dwarves didn't need magic. I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. Darkspawn rule the Deep Roads. Now, when Orzammar sealed off the entrances to the Deep Roads, abandoning everything that lay out there, we handed over the kingdom that was to those black bastards forever. Hey, racism. To think that there are genlocks crawling over Boamar now, tearing down our statues, defiling our greatest works. Corruption covers everything we built up there. Every dwarf who goes out and comes back says it gets worse with each passing year. The foulness spread a little further. Klaus Gates' thing for Darkspawn are gone just because they aren't spinning out onto the surface. One day when Orzammar is gone for good, they'll find out differently. Those Darkspawn won't have anywhere else to go but up, and they'll do it. The surface folk will have themselves a blight that will never end. Because that is... I read that because that is important for the lore. Because when they say the blight ended, blights never end. Because Darkspawn will always be in the Deep Road. So technically, for dwarves, on the surface, to the humans and elves that live on the surface, a sighting of the Darkspawn is rare. And when you see a Darkspawn, it foretells a blight. To the Grey Warden, to the dwarves, who go to the Deep Roads very often and sometimes live in the Deep Roads, the blight never ends. And the blight is only truly a blight when an old god, dragon, is corrupted by the Darkspawn. So essentially, even without a Darkspawn archdemon, the dwarves are never free from the blight until every single one of the old gods is dead, so a blight to the surface is just everyday life for a dwarf, more or less. I'll read this one because we got a good taste of it in the origin story we picked. As dangerous as it is to mistake a dwarf's caste, it is far more deadly to mistake his alliances. Among the noble houses of Orzammar, everyone in this city is allied with someone, whether by blood or by word. Nobles do not engage directly in commerce themselves, as that is the domain of the merchant caste. But they do serve as patrons. They invest in shops or in artisans' work, and in turn reap a share of the profits, as well as a measure of the credit. Merchants and warriors alike benefit from the service of a prestigious patron. The relative power of each house is ever changing. It is usually safe to assume that whichever noble house holds the throne is at the top of the heap. But below that, things grow into a tangled mess. Houses ally with one another by marriage. They earn rank and prestige when combatants loyal to them or from their own bloodlines win provings. They earn it when artisans they patronize become sought after or well regarded. Or when the merchants they invest in become successful. The degrees of power that these achievements confer is so murky even to the dwarves, that it isn't unusual for nobles to challenge each other to provings over whose smith forges better belt buckles. It took me a little while, but I got there. I'm not sat directly in front of the screen, as you can tell. I'm sat on the other side of the room because I'm playing this on the Xbox. With it, or whose servants have the best manners. Nor is it out of the ordinary to find two merchants arguing over whose noble patron has won the most acclaim. For the rank of the patron is the rank of the client. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the assembly, where the Deshers, representatives of each noble house, meet. Although the king technically rules Orzammar, kings are elected by the assembly, and so each king must work constantly to maintain the support of the Deshers. Kings who prove unpopular find their heirs deemed unacceptable to inherit this throne. Power then passes to another house. So what you can tell, this is modeled slightly on the monarchy of the British government, but we don't choose who the king is, but the king still has to abide by the respect of Parliament. The only difference between this and the British monarchy is that the dwarves can elect who the king is, the British can't. That's interesting. Okay, what's next? Ostagar. Let's read about Ostagar, because this is where we are, after all. Representing the furthest point of encroachment by the ancient Tevinter Imperium into the barbarian lands of the southeast, the fortress of Ostagar was once one of the most important defensive holdings south of the Waking Sea. It stood at the edge of the Kolkari wilds, watching for any sign of invasion by the barbarians known today as the Chassin Wilders. Straddling an hour past it in the hills, the fortress needed to be bypassed to reach the fertile lowlands of the north, and proved to be exceedingly difficult for the Wilders to attack because of its naturally defensible position. Did I hear Discord beep? Like most Imperial holdings in the south, Ostagar was abandoned after Tevinter's collapse during the First Blight. It was successfully sacked by the Chassin Wilders after, and then, as the creation of the modern Ferelden nation, fell to ruin completely. It has remained unmanned for 4 centuries, though most of the walls still stand, as does the tall Tower of Ishal, named after the great Archon that ordered its construction. Ostagar remains a testament to the magical power of the Imperium that created it. Let's read about the Darkspawn, because they are really relevant to what we're doing. The surfaces claim that the first Darkspawn fell from heaven. They spin tales of magic and sin, but the children of the stone know better. The Darkspawn rose up out of the earth, for it was the deep roads they first appeared, creatures of our own likeness, armed and armoured, but with no more intelligence than Tespadam, bestial and savage. At first they were few, easily hunted and slain by our warriors. But in the recesses of the deep roads, they grew but in numbers and in courage. Our distant ties came under attack, and now it was the army. Not a few warriors being sent to deal with the creatures. Victories still came easily, though, and we thought the threat would soon be over. We were wrong. Da 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 da. Don't need to read about characters too much. Don't care about notes and controls or whatever. So yeah, the Codex Hour has been completed. Let's go explore, shall we?
This isn't good. I'd hate to waste such a promising member of the breed. Are you the new warden? I could use some help.
What seems to be the problem?
This is a Mabari, smart breed and strong. His owner died in the last battle, and the poor hound swallowed darkspawn blood. I have medicine that might help, but I need him muzzled first.
Just how smart is this dog? You'll get a laugh out of this comment, trust me.
Centuries ago, a mage bred them to be smart and understand what they're told. They can remember and carry out complex orders. Most valuable dogs in the world. Trouble is, they generally imprint to one master. Re-imprinting them is very difficult. But without the medicine, re-imprinting won't be an issue. Will you help?
Could he be imprinted?
We can try, but first we need to muzzle and medicate him. Go in the pen and let him smell you. We'll know right away if he'll respond. Let's hope this works. I'd really hate to have to put him down.
Damn it, it didn't say my favourite line. Dog looks up at you respectfully, backing down from his aggressive stance. You can see intelligence in his eyes, as well as a great deal of pain. This animal is very ill. It's for the muzzle of the dog. The Baru growls weakly, but the dog does not charge you.
Well done. Now I can treat the dog properly, poor fella. Come to think of it, are you heading into the wilds anytime soon?
I might be.
There's a particular herb I could use to improve the dog's chances. It's a flower that grows in the swamps here, if I remember. If you happen across it, I could use it. It's very distinctive, all white, with a blood-red centre.
I'll see if I can
Good.
find one.
In the meantime, I'll begin treating our poor friend.
I think if you speak in the right, I think you have to be a human. I can't remember, but if you ask him about the intelligence of the dog and you're a human, he says, well, he is as smart as your average tax collector. I always like that line.
You there, elf. What's your name?
It's Pick, sir.
Go tell Tern Logain that the war party's ready to begin scouting. We'll send word if we find anything amiss.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
You're the dwarf who walks with the Grey Wardens. A respectable decision.
You know much about the dwarves?
Some, like all Ash warriors. Our training originates from the dwarves. Is there something you wanted? We have no time for idle chatter.
You don't look like the other soldiers.
We aren't. We're Ash warriors, as you should well know.
You trained with the Dwarven Berserkers,
Our
right?
discipline was passed down to us from the time of Luthias the Dwarf Son. He trained with the Berserkers of your kind, long ago.
So you're similar to the Berserkers of the
Perhaps. I've never been, so I cannot say for certain, but I'm told our traditions are the same. We harness the rage inside us, nurture it, and draw it out so we cannot fall in battle until our last foe is slain. It is a dwarven discipline, but we've adapted it to let us fight alongside our hounds. That is our way. I trust my hound with my life.
as he trusts me with his. They use scent to distinguish us from our enemies, but the blood of battle can confuse them. So we paint ourselves with caddis, which overpowers the blood, and also paint our hounds so they know we are the same. My thanks. There is hunting to be done, and I'll not be kept from it.
Let's explore more. Hi, nurse.
You may not want to remain here long, Warden. Most of these men have been tainted by the Darkspawn blood.
You need to convince them. We've got to run. The Darkspawn are coming.
Why'd you say
I
that?
saw them. We're gonna die.
I apologize, Warden. He's been like this ever since they found him in the wilds. Aside from his wounds, we're not sure. His blood is untainted. He's just terrified.
You can feel it, can't you? They taint the land, turn it black and sick. Oh, you can feel it inside. They'll come out of that forest and spread. Like caterpillars covering a tree. They'll swallow us whole.
That's quite enough out of you. You need to calm yourself, my good man.
They were everywhere. I saw them.
He can feel it coming in the air tonight.
In the name of Andraste, I bless you today.
That
May
was
you
a
find
terrible
favor
joke.
in the Maker's eyes. So let it be.
You have a name.
Greetings. You must be the third recruit we've heard about.
I am.
Sir Jury is my name. I hail from Redcliffe, where I served as knight under the command of Arl Aemon. I wasn't aware dwarves could be Grey Wardens. I've only seen a few of your folk in the castle dealing with the smithy.
I'd rather not talk about that.
As you wish. Tell me, has anyone told you what this joining ritual entails?
It's just a big secret.
I never heard of such a ritual. I had no idea there were more tests after getting recruited. I suppose since you're finally here, I'd best get back to Duncan. I shall see you there.
Indubitably. Ah, a deserter.
Huh. Someone finally comes and talks to the lone prisoner. I don't suppose you've come to sentence me?
You haven't been sentenced.
No. They put someone like me in a cage until someone important has time to decide what to do with me. I don't suppose you have a bit of kindness in you? All I want is food and water. They haven't fed me since I was locked up and I'm starving.
Tell me why you're in there.
I'm a deserter. Or so they think. I bet there's no arguing them out of it, though. Armies are funny that way.
Did you desert?
I wasn't deserting. But when you catch someone sneaking around camp in the middle of the night, what else are you gonna think? Does it matter? All I want is a bit of food and water.
It matters to me if your cause is just.
You're a funny one. They wouldn't listen to some dwarf no matter what you think. Thanks for the laugh, though. And it's not as if they're wrong. I probably would have deserted later. Just not when they caught me is all. Hope that doesn't spoil your opinion of me. I'm still hungry enough to eat my shoe.
Why haven't they?
I expect nobody thought of it with all the battles and such.
Why would I want to?
Because you might want something I don't need. Them circle wizards got a chest they keep things in. Magical things.
and I stole the key. That's why I'm here. I got one of them drunk, took his key and tried to sneak to the chest. They assumed I was deserting. I can't use it from here, but I'd trade you for some food and water.
They didn't find the key when you
I swallowed it, but it's come back into my possession since then, so to speak.
That is just...
Yeah, well, do you want the key or not?
Nah. I mean, he may not have been deserting, but he was stealing, so... Either way, he does deserve to be there. In my opinion. So,
Fine. Then leave me here to wither away.
Lucky dog. You Grey Wardens get to ride with the king while I'm left with the drudgery of guarding this deserter. They should have just hanged him. Put his head on a pike as an example.
Who is the prisoner exactly?
They say he was recruited before the war up in Dinnerham. Probably figured he'd never have to fight if he served the king, right?
Why did he want to desert?
Why does anyone want to desert? Because he thinks he's going to die and he's a bloody coward, that's why. Either that or he's been listening to a bunch of hogwash about how the Darkspawn will drag you off and eat you. Don't expect it was an enlightening conversation.
He claims he wasn't.
What a surprise. Another innocent prisoner. Anyway, it's not for me to say. He'll get his day to plead his case, or he won't. It's all the same to me.
He did ask for some food and water, though.
Did he now? Since nobody sends me nothing to feed him with, the only way we'll get that is if I give him mine.
So what if you miss one meal? You'll get another one. He likely...
All right. I guess the poor fella could stand to have one meal in his belly before he hangs. Don't know why you care. I had nothing to do with it, though. If anyone asks why he's burping, I'm gonna say it was you. Just so you know.
So? Brought me some food, have you? I'm so hungry I could faint dead away.
Here's the food.
Much obliged. May Andraste herself rain blessings upon you. And, as I mentioned, here's the key. Use it in good health, huh?
I didn't want the key. All I did was give you some food and water. That's all I wanted to do, and I've got a shit-stained key. Ew.
Life is fleeting, you know. That pretty face could be decorating some Darkspawn spear this time tomorrow. Shall I take that quiet glare as a no? Oh, well, too bad.
If that was your idea of a chat line, I'm not surprised you said no.
Well, you're not what I thought you'd be.
What do you think
Not
I
a
would
dwarf, yet here you are. The name's Daveth. It's about bloody time you came along. I was beginning to think they'd cooked this ritual up just for our benefit. Just to give us a good scare. No, they don't really seem the type. I happened to be sneaking around camp last night, see, and I heard a couple of Grey Wardens talking. So, I listened in for a bit. I'm thinking they plan to send us into the wilds.
Maybe they will.
It's all too secretive for me. Makes my nose twitch. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Like we have a choice.
They're forcing you to be here, I assume?
I've got nowhere else to go after what Duncan saved me from. Anyway, I expect it's time to get back to Duncan. That's where I'll be if you need me for anything.
Unlikely. I might need you to be a meat shield. That's about it.
Have you seen an elf running about? Young woman, red hair, carrying a suit of chain.
Don't think I have.
Blast
no.
it. Where did she go? That suit better be patched up when she gets back, or by the maker up. No, pardon my manners. My troubles are no concern of yours, I'm sure. I'm the quartermaster. Did you come for supplies?
If you're the quartermaster, where's the half master? And if the half master's over there, where's the full master? I'm sorry. I had to make the joke. What kind of supplies do you have?
Arms and armor, for the most part. It's for the King's men, but you Grey Wardens can buy what you need for a modest price. I also have some, goods on the side I can provide. Strictly off the record, of course. To keep morale up, you understand.
Let me see your other
So long as you keep it quiet.
Hey, he's got other goods over here. Guys, he's got other goods. He has other things to sell. You might want to get it while you can. Guys. Anyway. Give me said battle axe. Quest for battle axe complete. Dwarf is complete because I can put the battle axe on. There you have it.
Hello again. Is there something you need? Let me know what you'd
Give me
like.
your regular wares. Backpack gives me more infantry space, so why not? Right. Finally time to meet Asda, right?
What is it now? Haven't Grey Wardens asked more than enough of the Circle?
I simply came to deliver a message from the revered mother, Sir Mage. She desires your presence.
What her reverence desires is of no concern to me. I am busy helping the Grey Wardens, by the King's orders, I might add.
Should I have asked her to write a note?
Tell her I will not be harassed in this manner.
Yes, I was harassing you by delivering a message.
Your glibness does you no credit.
Here I thought we were getting along so well. I was even going to name one of my children after you. The Grumpy One.
Enough. I will speak to the woman if I must. Get out of my way, fool.
I like this guy.
You know, one good thing about the Blight is how it brings people together.
I can agree with that. I know exactly what you mean.
It's like a party. We could all stand in a circle and hold hands. That would give the Darkspawn something to think about. Wait, we haven't met, have we? I don't suppose you happen to be another mage?
How could a dwarf be a mage?
You never know. These mages sneak up on you. Wait, I do know who you are. You're Duncan's new recruit from Orzammar. I should have recognized you right away. I apologize.
And you must be right. It's alright. No offense
Good.
taken.
You didn't exactly catch me at my finest with the mage there. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Alistair, the new Grey Warden. though I guess you knew that. As the junior member of the Order, I'll be accompanying you when you prepare for the joining.
For joining reunion. Sorry, that was... Pleased to meet you, Alistair. My name is Frank.
Right, that was the name. There haven't been any dwarven Grey Wardens in some time. You must know a lot about Darkspawn.
I fought a fair few myself.
I never saw one before this began. Hard to believe most folks here think the Darkspawn disappeared after the last Blight, when your people still suffer every day. Anyhow, whenever you're ready, let's get back to Duncan. I imagine he's eager to get things started.
Every day, the Darkspawn are getting closer. Give me a last bottle of Coca-Cola. The argument I saw. What was that all
With the
about?
mage. The Circle is here at the King's request, and the Chantry doesn't like that one bit. They just love letting mages know how unwelcome they are, which puts me in a bit of an awkward position. I was once a Templar.
You worked for the church? Yeah, that would
I'm
be...
sure the revered mother meant it as an insult, sending me as her messenger, and the mage picked right up on that. I never would have agreed to deliver it, but Duncan says we're all to cooperate and get along. Apparently they didn't get the same speech.
I mean, I didn't get that speech either, so... Oh. I look forward to traveling.
You do? Huh. That's a switch. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, lead on.
Unfortunately, Alistair, I don't think that is a Switch, because that's branded by Nintendo. And I doubt the Nintendo Switch exists in this setting. The Mage Tower has the only known copy of the Nintendo Switch. That would be a first. Here at the Tower of Mage, we at the Nintendo branch of the Circle of Magi have invented what we call the Switch.
Soldiers of Ferelden.
There's our first caution effect for the podcast being Mages invented the Switch.
You found Alistair, did you? Good. I'll assume you're ready to begin preparations. Assuming, of course, that you're quite finished riling up mages, Alistair.
What can I say? The revered mother ambushed me. The way she wields guilt, they should stick her in the army.
She forced you to sass the mage, did she? We cannot afford to antagonize anyone, Alistair. We don't need to give anyone more ammunition against us.
You're right, Duncan. I apologize.
Now then, since you're all here, we can begin. You four will be heading into the Korcari Wilds to perform 2 tasks. The first is to obtain 3 vials of Darkspawn blood, 1 for each recruit.
What do we need for Darkspawn blood for exactly?
For the joining itself. I'll explain more once you've returned.
Okay.
There was once a Grey Warden archive in the wilds, abandoned long ago when we could no longer afford to maintain such remote outposts. It has recently come to our attention that some scrolls have been left behind, magically sealed to protect them. Alistair, I want you to retrieve these scrolls if you can.
Damn it, I've just thought of a Dragon Age-centric nursery rhyme, which is going to be horrible. But I pray for you guys to bear with me on this. There once was a mage from Tevinter. Forsooth he complained with a splinter. He fell in the grass and sat on his ass and froze to death in the winter. Dragon Age is dark, that nursery rhyme is dark, I think it fits. What kind of scrolls are these? Are they Elder Scrolls?
Old treaties, if you're curious. Promises of support made to the Grey Wardens long ago. They were once considered only formalities. With so many having forgotten their commitments to us, I suspect it may be a good idea to have something to remind them with.
Yeah, we open up one of these Grey Warden scrolls. We see all the treaties, but there's one extra scroll. What's in this extra scroll? I once was a mage from Tevinter. Forsooth he complained with a splinter. He fell in the grass and sat in his acid froze to death in the winter. That's an odd treaty, don't you think? And what if they're no longer
It's
there?
possible the scrolls may have been destroyed or even stolen, though the seal's magic should have protected them. Only a Grey Warden can break such a seal.
I don't understand. Why leave such things in a ruin if they're so valuable?
It was assumed that we would someday return. A great many things were assumed that have not held true.
Find the archive and 3 vials of Darkspawn blood, and the treaty that says that once was a mage from Tevinter. Forsooth he complained of a splinter. He fell on the grass and sat in his house and froze to death in the winter.
Watch over your charges, Alistair. Return quickly and safely.
We will.
Then may the Maker watch over your path. I will see you when you return.
I promise that'll be the last time I recant that riddle. Or will I?
Hail.
Talk to the gate.
I'm told you all have business in the wilds. The gate's open for you. Just be careful out there. Even a Grey Warden won't be safe in the forest tonight.
Welcome to the Golgari Wilds. I'll be taking a brief break to get something in order, and then we'll be continuing. For the voice in my head, I think you know exactly what I'm going to do. Right, let's continue. Damn pop-up, thinking that was a different pop-up. It wasn't pop-up, it wasn't a pop-up. No! Damn it! Why? No!
Poor animals. Why did they attack?
Right then.
Oh, I realised something. I probably should have this on my bar.
Prepare to have your ankles gnawed on.
Trombone time. body in the river. A letter for me? A letter to Johnby. My dearest son, it pleases me that you wish to follow in my footsteps and bring the Maker's word to the unenlightened. I'll stop reading there. Church rhetoric!
Over here.
Hi, dying soldier.
Who is that? Grey Wardens?
Well, he's not half as dead as he looks, is he?
My scouting band was attacked by Darkspawn. They came out of the ground. Please, help me. I've got to return to camp.
I think we should at least bandage him up.
I have bandages in my pack.
Thank you. I've got to get out of here.
Did you hear? An entire patrol of seasoned men killed by Darkspawn.
Calm down, Sir Jory. We'll be fine if we're careful.
Those soldiers were careful, and they were still overwhelmed. How many Darkspawn can the four of us slay? A dozen? 100? There's an entire army in these forests.
There are Darkspawn about, but we're in no danger of walking into the bulk of the Horde.
How do you know? I'm not a coward, but this is foolish and reckless. We should go back.
Overcoming these dangers is part of the
That's
test.
true.
Know this. All Grey Wardens can sense Darkspawn. Whatever their cunning, I guarantee they won't take us by surprise. That's why I'm here.
You see, Sir Knight, we might die, but we'll be warned about it first.
That is reassuring.
That doesn't mean I'm here to make this easy, however. So let's get a move on.
I'm gonna be the very best. No one ever was. Killing Darkspawn is my real destiny. To slay them is the cause. Don't be wrong. A flower. This is exactly the flower I need to conveniently.
Oh look, Darkspawn. What a surprise. Of course. Don't say I didn't warn you! Say your prayers!
One vial of blood. Disgusting. Vials of blood. One more vial of blood. Since it's a video game, it won't give us 3 vials of blood that easily, will it? Oh, charming. Some death fruit. Would you like to try this death fruit? It's lovely this time of year. Are you sure you do not? Are you sure you do not want to wish to partake in the death?
I'm sensing more darkspawn.
Vials of blood. Part 1 of my task is complete. Let's get some extra vials just to be safe. Whatever. But still nothing compared to pure protagonist might. Let's go past down this. We find wolves.
As you desire.
Dead yet?
Hooray, we slaughtered wolves. Oh, wolves really people. True, but a wolf people. Adjacent flat blade and a letter. Yeah, that is annoying. At least there'll be at least one game where it can be a proper podcast. At least when I stream Knights of the Old Republic 2 for PC, then will be a proper podcast. I can accept it. Alas, not to be for this game. Oof, much disappointed.
Bloody monsters! Everyone's as ugly as the first.
Dark monsters. Dark Oh my god, they're all the way over there. Threatening. How dare you be threatening from way over there? Ah. Feel my sarcastic rage. Ah. Missionary Rigby, dead as a dodo on the pyre of the Wakolakari wilds. Not even a child. All the surprised people. Where the fuck are they from? All the surprised people. Not here do they belong. That is my chord rendition and parody of Eleanor Rigby by the Beatles. It is a fantastic song in its own right, don't get me wrong. But in order to land the joke, I had to make a joke. Sorry.
Look there. Poor slobs. That just seems so excessive.
Look there, hanging skeletons. I have just been this way. I'm a fucking mong. Central path I doubt really leads anywhere, so let's move to the south. The south spawns an autosave. Oh no. Stops because I level up. How convenient. Anyway, I'm gonna go back into the wilds because there's a certain side quest I'd like to do here, which will give me some good gear, and I kind of want good gear at this point in the game. I'll upgrade my cunning, my willpower, and my strength. I'm going to need a bit more strength before I can take the more two-handed feats. So I'll work on precise striking, I think. Have that available to me, but I'm not going to use it. So if I need to use it as a point to get advantage, I can use it. But it's there should be an area somewhere here where I can get some loot. Which gives me some sight. I can't exactly remember where it is because it's been a while since I've played it. It's supposed to be somewhere on yeah, it's in that top corner there. I'm pretty sure it is. There should be a path to the left around here. Should take me to where that is. Aha, here it is.
Darkspawn! Everyone's as ugly as the first.
As you desire.
Right to the face!
can actually wear this, which grants me 2 dexterity, 2 armor, and a load of shit. And it's slightly silver. Yay! And I've got a necklace. Yay! More gear for me! And if I do this side quest correctly, follow the X's on the map, it should give me more goods. There's a Chassing Trail sign. The next one is down to the south. Roughly here. Next one is around there. Just so people are aware who will watch this now or will stream when I upload this to YouTube, I don't plan to do every side quest in this game, just the ones that I haven't done. Trail sign there. There's the next one.
Here.
You, rogue. You open
Not a
the
chance.
box for me? You're a shitty rogue, aren't you? Where's the next Chassing Trail sign? Yeah. A good rogue will be a... a good rogue should be able to open chests. Ooh, a message. No, it's just Facebook. It's just Facebook. Who gives a crap about Facebook? Tell Zuckerberg to sod off. I don't care anymore. I only use Facebook to keep in contact with friends from school that I don't really see that often. Family members who I don't see that often either. That's about it. Which is
Looky
the same
here.
on. Now the next Chassing Trail sign is back from where we came. Boy. I mean, the only reason I do this quest is it gives you some worthwhile loot to have at the start of the game. That's the only reason. Oh, message for me. Oh, no message from me. Oh. No message from me. Sorry for the whole stop starting, I'm just checking my phone. My plan is for right now, as soon as we get from the prologue, which, given my time estimate, should take me another, I don't know, 40 minutes at least. By the time we get past the prologue, I think that's my stopping point for this session. Because this game has a freaking long prologue. How long have we been streaming? Minus the, how long has it been since I started Orzammar? And it was 3 hours 30 since character creation. Character creation took about 10 minutes, right? So we've been streaming for 3 hours and we've been playing for 3 hours and 20 minutes in that case. And we're still in the prologue. That's what I call a long prologue. I'm just saying we still haven't finished. We're going for 3 hours 20 minutes and we still haven't. And we're still right bang in the middle of the Dragon Age Origins prologue, so that's... I'd say this prologue's about roughly the same time as the Kingdom Hearts 2, more or less. Although I'll probably never play Kingdom Hearts 2, just like the voice in my head has told me he might play this game or whatever. It's for the experience. And this is the longest prologue I've ever seen to my knowledge. Yes. Whereas this does have side quests, so you can extend it. Right. That's 125. Let's wear this stupid helmet. And look like a stupid helmet. Alistair, my boy, do you have stuff that's worth keeping? I'm only going to equip these two characters because, spoiler alert, these two are relevant characters, the other two aren't really that relevant. I'll give you a silly helmet to go as you are a silly helmet. Oh god, we've got a pinch of ashes. No, not a pinch of ashes. Anything but a pinch of cricket. I don't want any more powder of England versus Australia cricket match in my hand. Sprinkle more ash onto the pile of stones. Take my cricket! Oh god, a cricket beast! Kill the cricket beast! The cricket beast must fall! The cricket demon has fallen!
Oh, I think
we have succeeded. The cricket demon gives us shoes. Why have the cricket demon give me shoes that only mages can wear? Damn you, cricket demon! Let's finally finish this area off, shall we? Move on with the prologue. I apologise. Welcome to the Cauldron Effect Yawncast.
Right to the face!
I punched the elf in the face. I punched it with my battle axe. They punched it with swords. We've got special arrows now, which are useless to me because none of my people that I care about use them. Oh. Oh, yeah. Right. Time to meet the second plot-relevant character. Are you ready? Click the box. My tiny dwarf
Well,
kids are amazing.
well. What have we here? Are you a vulture, I wonder? A scavenger, poking amidst a corpse whose bones were long since cleaned? Or merely an intruder, come into these darkspawn-filled wilds of mine in search of easy prey?
Do you recognize this voice actress?
What say you, Scavenger or intruder?
God bless Claudia Black. I am neither. The Grey Wardens once owned this tower.
'Tis a tower no longer. The wilds have obviously claimed this desiccated corpse. I have watched your progress for some time. Where do they go, I wondered? Why are they here? And now you disturb ashes none have touched for so long. Why is that?
Don't answer her. She looks chastened, and that means others may be nearby.
Oh, you fear barbarians will swoop down upon you.
Yes, swooping is bad.
She's a witch of the wild, she is. She'll turn us into toads.
Witch of the Wilds. Such idle fancies, those legends. Have you no minds of your own? You there, dwarf. You have nothing to fear from any witch. Tell me your name, and I shall tell you mine. Let us be civilized.
You may call me Freya, if you wish.
And you may call me Morrigan, if you wish. Shall I guess your purpose? You sought something in that chest? Something that is here no longer?
Here no longer. You stole them, didn't you? You're some kind of sneaky witch thief.
How very eloquent. How does one steal from dead men?
Quite easily, it seems. Those documents are Grey Warden property, and I suggest you return them.
I will not, for 'twas not I who removed them. Invoke a name that means nothing here any longer if you wish. I am not threatened.
When do you know who removed them?
'Twas my mother, in fact.
Can you take us to her in that case?
There is a sensible request. I like you.
I'd be careful. First it's, I like you, but then zap. Frog time.
She'll put us all in the pot, she will. Just you watch.
If the pot's warmer than this forest, it'd be a nice change.
Follow me then, if it pleases you.
We killed 6 people. The game said so.
Greetings, Mother. I bring before you 4 Grey Wardens who...
I see them, girl. Much as I expected.
Are we supposed to believe you were expecting us?
You are required to do nothing, least of all believe. Shut one's eyes tight or open one's arms wide. Either way, one's a fool.
She's a witch, I tell you. We shouldn't be talking to her.
Quiet, Dareth. If she's really a witch, do you want to make her mad?
There is a smart lad. Sadly irrelevant to the larger scheme of things, but it is not I who decides. Believe what you will. And what of you? Does your dwarven mind give you a different viewpoint? What do you believe?
To be honest, I'm not really sure what to believe.
A statement that possesses more wisdom than it implies. Be always aware. Or is it oblivious? I can never remember. So much about you is uncertain, and yet I believe. Do I? Why, it seems I do.
So this is a dreaded Witch of the Wilds.
Witch of the Wilds, huh? Morrigan must have told you that. She fancies such tales, though she would never admit it. Oh, how she dances under the moon.
They did not come to listen to your wild tales, Mother.
True, they came for their treaties, yes? And before you begin barking, your precious seal wore off long ago. I have protected these.
You... Oh, you protected them?
And why not? Take them to your Grey Wardens and tell them this Blight's threat is greater than they realize.
What do you mean the threat is greater than they realize? What do you know of this?
Either the threat is more, or they realize less. Or perhaps the threat is nothing. Or perhaps they realize nothing. Oh, do not mind me. You have what you came for.
Time for you to go, then.
Do not be ridiculous, girl. These are your guests.
Oh, very well. I will show you out of the woods. Follow me.
Let's not take a shit in the woods. We're not bears after all. Ah, it is night time. Therefore, we must have taken a shit in the woods. Damn it! We are now bears. Anyway, you, man with dog, I give you flour, you make me happy.
The Mabari's stable for now, but not improving. Unless I get that herb I told you about, there's not much hope.
I have the herb you require.
Let me see. Yeah, that's exactly it. Wonderful. Give me a moment and I'll make this into an ointment. He looks better already. I'm sure he'd thank you himself if he could.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I think he just did. How long before there's an improvement?
A day, maybe two. There's enough ointment for him to make a full recovery. Why not come back after the battle? Perhaps we can see about imprinting him on you.
You think that's possible? I am a
Maybe. It's likely he understands you're responsible for curing him. Mabari are at least as smart as your average tax collector. Come
there
back
you
after
go.
the battle and just... well, take another look.
He said for line, I am happy.
All over now.
Hello again. Is there
What's
something you
the matter?
need? Some supplies, perhaps? Well, let me know what you'd
Supplies,
like.
I give you some supplies and la. La, I say, la. Keep that in case. Keep that. I'll keep those. No reason. Just keeping them just in case. Keep those just in case. Keep that just in case. Keep that just in case. Keep that for now. Keep those. Keeping that. That I'll be getting rid of. attack.
Hello again. Is there something... So long as you...
Let's have a look at your goods. I've already got a battle axe. 5 battle axe. You have some nice armor, you know. Damn it. Damn it. I can wear those. Yes. Nah. I'm good with what I've got for now. Right. Let's just move west. Okay, now I get to show this off more properly to you. This keeps a log of who we've killed and what's the most powerful foe we've killed. So, the most powerful foe I've seen is Genlock. Generic. Herlock. Oh no! An unimportant person has slain the most powerful being we fought so far. Oh no!
So you returned from the wilds. Have you been successful?
We have been successful.
Good. I've had the Circle mages preparing. With the blood you've retrieved, we can begin the joining immediately.
Maybe we should tell you about Morrigan and her creepy-ass mother.
There was a woman at the tower, and her mother had the scrolls. They were both very... odd.
Were they wilder folk?
I don't think so. They might be apostates. Mages hiding from the Chantry.
I know you were once a Templar, Alistair, but Chantry business is not ours. We have the scrolls. Let us focus on the joining.
Let us focus on reunion. Do you care to tell us about what this joining is ritually is about?
I will
now?
not lie. We Grey Wardens pay a heavy price to become what we are. Fate may decree that you pay your price now, rather than later.
Is this why the joining is so...
If only such secrecy were unnecessary, and all understood the necessity of such sacrifice. Sadly, that will never be so.
Let's go then. I'm anxious to see this joining now.
I agree. Let's have it done.
Then let us begin. Alistair, take them to the old temple.
The old temple.
The more I hear about this joining, the less I like it.
Are you blubbering again?
Why all these damn tests? Have I not earned my place?
Maybe it's tradition. Maybe they're just trying to annoy you.
I don't like this any more than you do. Please.
I only know that my wife is in Highover with a child on the way. If they had warned me, it just doesn't seem fair.
Would you have come if they'd warned you? Maybe that's why they don't. The Wardens do what they must, right?
Including sacrificing us?
I'd sacrifice a lot more if I knew it would end the Blight.
Well, we don't know. You do make a good point, Davith. I'll give you
You saw those Darkspawns tonight. Wouldn't you die to protect your pretty wife from them? Maybe you'll die. Maybe we'll all die. If nobody stops the Darkspawn, we'll die for sure.
I've just never faced a foe I could not engage with my blade.
At last, we come to the joining. The Grey Wardens were founded during the First Blight, when humanity stood on the verge of annihilation. So it was that the first Grey Wardens drank of Darkspawn blood and mastered their taint.
We're going to drink the blood of those creatures.
As the first Grey Wardens did before us, as we did before you. This is the source of our power and our victory.
Those who survive the joining become immune to the taint. We can sense it in the Darkspawn and use it to slay the Archdemon.
Those who survive...
Not all who drink the blood will survive, and those who do are forever changed. This is why the joining is a secret. It is the price we pay. We speak only a few words prior to the joining, but these words have been said since the first. Alistair, if you would.
Join us, brothers and sisters. Join us in the shadows where we stand vigilant. Join us as we carry the duty that cannot be forsworn. And should you perish, know that your sacrifice will not be forgotten, and that one day we shall join you.
Davith, step forward. I am sorry, Davith. Step forward, Jory.
But I have a wife, a child. Had I known...
There is no turning back.
No! You ask too much. There is no glory in this.
I am sorry. But the joining is not yet complete. You are called upon to submit yourself to the taint for the greater good. From this moment forth, you are a Grey Warden. It is finished. Welcome.
2 more deaths.
Is this a dragon age?
In my joining, only one of us died, but it was horrible. I'm glad at least one of you made it through.
How do you feel?
I think you said prepared me.
Such is what it takes to be a Grey Warden.
Did you have dreams? I had terrible dreams after my joining.
Such dreams come when you begin to sense the Darkspawn, as we all do. That and many other things can be explained in the months to come.
Before I forget, there is one last part to your joining. We take some of that blood and put it in a pendant. Something to remind us of those who didn't make it this far.
Take some time. When you're ready, I'd like you to accompany me to a meeting with the King. The King is discussing strategy for the upcoming battle. I am not sure why he has requested your presence. The meeting is to the west, down the stairs. Please attend as soon as you're able.
Yes, Al-Molim. Constitution, I guess. Give one point portable and new gear for me to wear now. In fact, I'll wear the chainmail gloves. That'll be better for me. Ha! Better boots. I have better shoes. I have a lot of stuff now. A new pendant. Gives me 2 constitution. Yes, please. Now let's see what King Puppy has to say. All hail King Puppy.
Loghain, my decision is final. I will stand by the Grey Wardens in this assault.
You risk too much, Kalen. The Darkspawn Horde is too dangerous for you to be playing hero on the front lines.
No, King Puppy.
If that's the case, perhaps we should wait for the Orlesian forces to join us after all.
I must repeat my protest to your fool notion that we need the Orlesians to defend ourselves.
It is not a fool notion. Our arguments with the Orlesians are a thing of the past, and you will remember who is king.
How fortunate Marek did not live to see his son ready to hand Ferelden over to those who enslaved us for a century.
Then our current forces will have to suffice, won't they? Duncan, are your men ready for battle?
They are, Your Majesty.
And this is the recruit I met earlier on the road? I understand congratulations are in order.
Thank you, King Puppy.
Every Grey Warden is needed now. You should be honored to join their ranks.
Your fascination with glory and legends will be your undoing, Kalen. We must attend to reality.
Fine. Speak your strategy. The Grey Wardens and I draw the Darkspawn into charging our lines, and then?
You will alert the tower to light the beacon, signaling my men to charge from cover.
To flank the Darkspawn, I remember. This is the Tower of Ishal in the ruins, yes? Well, who shall light this beacon?
I have a few men stationed there. It's not a dangerous task, but it is vital.
Then we should send our best. Send Alistair and the new Grey Warden to make sure it's done.
I'll do my best, King Puppy.
You rely on these Grey Wardens too much. Is that truly wise?
Enough of your conspiracy theories, Loghain. Grey Wardens battle the Blight no matter where they're from.
Your Majesty, you should consider the possibility of the Archdemon appearing.
There have been no signs of any dragons in the wilds.
Isn't that what your men are here for, Duncan?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, the tower and its beacon are unnecessary. The
We
circle
will
of
not
Magi...
trust any lives to your spells, Mage. Save them for the Darkspawn.
Enough. This plan will suffice. The Grey Wardens will light the beacon.
Thank you, Loghain. I cannot wait for that glorious moment. The Grey Wardens battle beside the King of Ferelden to stem the tide of evil.
Yes, Kalen. A glorious moment for us all.
You heard the plan. You and Alistair will go to the Tower of Ishal and ensure the beacon is lit.
What? I won't be in the battle.
This is by the King's personal request, Alistair. If the beacon is not lit, Tern Loghain's men won't know when to charge.
So he needs 2 Grey Wardens standing up there holding the torch, just in case, right?
Last time I got sidelined like this, I ended up exiled.
Ah, but we are far from the politics of Orzammar here, and you have no brothers to interfere this time. We must do whatever it takes to destroy the Darkspawn, exciting or no.
I get it. Just so you know, if the King ever asks me to put on a dress and dance the Remigold, I'm drawing the line. Darkspawn or no.
I don't know. Could be a good distraction.
Me shimmying down the Darkspawn line? Sure. We could kill them while they roll around laughing.
The tower is on the other side of the gorge from the King's camp, the way we came when we arrived. You'll need to cross the gorge and head through the gate and up to the tower entrance. From the top, you'll overlook the entire valley. We will signal you when the time is right. Alistair will know what to look for.
And what if the Archdeacon...
We soil our drawers, that's what.
If it does, leave it to us. I want no heroics from either of you.
Very well.
Then I must join the others. From here, you two are on your own. Remember, you are both Grey Wardens. I expect you to be worthy of that title.
Duncan, may the Maker watch over you.
May he watch over us all.
Harry, Alistair needs to level up. Alistair is technically your tank, more or less, so give him all tanky abilities. I know. Amazing. Right. Let's see how we fuck up this plan. It's not as if we've had a fucked up battle plan before, right? I love this. This is probably my favorite cutscene in the entire game.
The plan will work, Your Majesty.
Of course it will. The Blight ends here.
No, it won't, but we won't have a video game.
Let's cross the bridge and get to the tower.
I think I don't need to explain why that's my favorite cutscene in the entire game. I don't care how aged the graphics look, that is still incredible. Even even 13 years later.
Make it help us. They're everywhere. You're Grey Wardens, aren't you? The tower, it's been taken.
What are you talking about, man? Taken how?
The Darkspawn came up through the lower chambers. They're everywhere. Most of our men are dead.
Then we have to get to the beacon and light it ourselves.
They've been taken. I don't know who you are, but I will look for you, and I will find you, and I will Dragon Age Origins you. Taken, joke. I've got to make it.
Well, all right.
That mage can set our weapons on fire. We just die. Hello, Circle Mage. What an interesting name you have. Circle Mage, what is your backstory? Yes, I will die, for I am Circle Mage.
Lovely.
Get on your ass. Alice, you kill stealing bitch. Okay, that guy is ready. I will not stray from this spot, and they will not get past me and my mace. I shall cut. You may not have a name, soldier, but you are so ready and so unwilling to die, I shall give you. You will henceforth be named Reginald. To battle, Reggie! I don't think he's going to survive without guy, so everyone press F in chat. Give an F in chat for Reggie the battle ready soldier. He was a true. He's Reggie. Circle Mage did a thing! Oh my god! Well done, Circle Mage. You have earned your name. Ow! be hard for me to resist going to pick the chest in this game because, spoiler alert, I normally play this game as a rogue, so it's really difficult for me to see a chest and go, oh damn it, I can't pick it. The rogue gets a lot more experience from lockpicking and stuff, and I'm sorry, in this sort of setting where your options are warrior, rogue, or mage, I would pick rogue every time. Rogue has a lot more flexibility in terms of fighting styles and stuff, and it's really fun.
Take that!
Ah, I can't pick the chest. It hurts me. It hurts to know if I can't pick that chest. Ah.
Maker's breath. What are these Darkspawn doing ahead of the rest of the Horde? There wasn't supposed to be any resistance here.
It just makes too much sense for a dwarven noble to be a warrior. So I just... Weren't you complaining that you wouldn't get a fight?
Hey, you're right. I guess there is a silver lining here if you think about it. At any rate, we need to hurry. We need to get up to the top of the tower and light the signal fire in time. Tyron Loghain will be waiting for the signal.
He can wait his turn like a good... Wow, damn it, I can't believe I made that.
And more dark spots.
You're about to tell me you're about to say, but I'm told worse. Argue with me in the head. I think Riss has also made some bad jokes, to be fair. Riss being some Riss in my head. YouTube is. I was kind of hoping he would be here to tell me how I'm playing this game from blah blah blah. That is clearly what I wanted to do. If people like to make a highlight a clip of me being an idiot like that for a second, I applaud you. That was I go to the doors, I shoot myself with a ballista. That's clearly what I wanted to do, right? Ah, Ballista Star Galactica. That's a good show. Wait, I've not looted everything. Forsooth, there is loot. Wait a moment, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. Hold position.
Right.
Circle Mage has done something, so you get to stand here and to show it, and Approve a test of loyalty. Okay, you two move out of the way. You're important. No, you stay where you are. Circle Mage. For your loyalty, you get your reward. That's all I wanted to do. It was worth it! It was worth it. Yeah.
Darkspawn. They just crop up everywhere.
So I shall.
You go, Circle Mage! Circle Mage, most underrated character in gaming. We shall start a Circle Mage fan club.
Loghain better be ready to charge as soon as we light the signal. The king is depending on us.
Oh my god. Circle Mage OP, please nerf.
It appears we will need to fight the entire blight ourselves.
Wait. Let the dogs do it. Let the dogs have their not worth it for me, but it is worth it. Yes, let's go, my dog pals! Onwards to battle! Paw Patrol is moving out.
It appears we will need to fight the entire blight ourselves.
To me, my furry friends. They're just standing there, menacingly. Right. Let's finish Ostagar. Top floor. What awaits us here? Oh my holy. It's true Delith. To think what this thing is like
over here.
Higher difficulties. Because
Surely
apparently
missed signal.
this thing is technically the first mini boss in this game. That thing can hit you hard on easy. Imagine what this must be like on hard. I need to give you some more strength before you can use that. Damn it. Anyway. Let's light the beacon. The bacon. Whatever. Light the bacon.
Sound the retreat.
What about the king?
Do as I command.
Betrayal number 2.
Pull out! All of you, let's move!
I will point things tactically to the right. that was Dragon Age Origins. A very short game, but very dark. Very grim. Oh! There's more.
Ah, your eyes finally open. Mother shall be pleased.
I remember you. The girl from the wilds. What have you done with my clothes?
I am Morrigan, lest you have forgotten, and we are in the wilds, where I am bandaging your wounds. You are welcome, by the way. How does your memory fare? Do you remember Mother's rescue?
She rescued me? You mean from the tower?
Mother managed to save you and your friend, though 'twas a close call. What is important is that you both live. The man who was to respond to your signal quit the field. The Darkspawn won your battle. Those he abandoned were massacred. Your friend, he is not taking it well.
Neither am I. That's
Of
terrible.
that I have no doubt. Your friend has been inconsolable since Mother told him the news. He is outside by the fire. Mother asked to see you when you awoke.
Were my injuries severe?
Yes, but I expect you shall be fine. The Darkspawn did nothing Mother could not heal.
What of Alistair? Is he
He
okay?
is, as you are. I suppose it would be unkind to say he is being childish.
What does your mother want with?
I do not know. She rarely tells me her plans.
I have more questions if you don't
I
mind.
do not mind. Take your time.
Processing. Question bot activating. Are there any survivors besides us?
Only stragglers that are long gone. You would not want to see what is happening in that valley now.
It is a massive orgy. A demonic orgy. Do you have any idea why Turn Loghain betrayed the
I
king?
do not know who this Loghain even is. Perhaps ask Mother of it.
How did she manage to rescue us exactly?
She turned into a giant bird and plucked the two of you from atop the tower, one in each talon. If you do not believe that tale, then I suggest you ask Mother yourself. She may even tell you.
Are we safe here? Where are the dogs?
We are safe, for the moment. Mother's magic keeps the Darkspawn away. Once you leave, 'tis uncertain what will happen. The Horde has moved on, so you might avoid it.
I'm pretty sure I've asked enough
I
questions.
agree. 'Tis time you speak with Mother, then be on your way.
Let's level up. I'll put an extra point into strength. One more into dex, and one more into willpower. I'm an expert talking person now. I am an expert at talking. Powerful swings.
It cannot be.
It cannot be. A key is required. Forsooth! Not the key. Thankfully, we're heading towards the end of the prologue at this point. There's not long left, I don't think.
See, here is your fellow Grey Warden. You worry too much, young man.
You're alive. I thought you were dead for sure.
Afraid you're going to be left all alone. I'm fine, though. I appreciate your concern.
This doesn't seem real. If it weren't for Morrigan's mother, we'd be dead on top of that tower.
Do not talk about me as if I am not present, lad.
I didn't mean... But what do we call you? You've never told us your name?
Names are pretty, but useless. The chastened folk call me Flemeth. I suppose it will do.
The Flemeth? From the legends? Daveth was right. You're the Witch of the Wilds, aren't you?
And what does that mean? I know a bit of magic, and it has served you both well, has it not?
I suppose we should thank you for all this.
If you know what is good for you, I suppose you should.
Is there some way we can repay you?
All that I wish you to do is what you are meant to do. It has always been the Grey Warden's duty to unite the lands against the Blight. Or did that change when I wasn't looking?
I mean, the land is hardly united now, thanks to Tear.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would he do it?
Now that is a good question. Men's hearts hold shadows darker than any tainted creature. Perhaps he believes the Blight is an army he can outmaneuver. Perhaps he does not see that the evil behind it is the true threat.
The Archdemon.
Archdemon. What is this Archdemon exactly?
It is said that long ago, the Maker sent the old gods of the ancient Tevinter Imperium to slumber in prisons deep beneath the surface. An archdemon is an old god awakened and tainted by darkspawn. Believe that or not, history says it's a fearsome and immortal thing, and only fools ignore history.
Will you help us fight this Blight, Flemeth?
Me? I am just an old woman who lives in the wilds. I know nothing of blights and darkspawn.
Well, whatever Loghain's insanity, he obviously thinks the Darkspawn are a minor threat. We must warn everyone this isn't the case.
And who will believe you? Unless you think to convince this Loghain of his mistake.
He just betrayed his own king. If Al Eamon knew what he did at Ostagar, he would be the first to call for his execution.
Then perhaps if you believe he'll believe us, we should go talk to him.
I suppose. Al Eamon wasn't at Ostagar. He still has all his men. And he was Kaelin's uncle. I know him. He's a good man, respected in the Landsmeet. Of course, we could go to Redcliffe and appeal to him for help.
Keep in mind that Loghain was once also an honorable.
The Owl would never do what Teyrn Loghain did. I know him too well. I still don't know if Al Eamon's help would be enough. He can't defeat the Darkspawn horde by himself.
I'm sure there's other allies we can call on,
Of
right?
course! The treaties! Grey Wardens can demand aid from dwarves, elves, mages, and other places. They're obligated to help us during a blight.
I may be old, but dwarves, elves, mages, this Arl Eamon, and who knows what else. This sounds like an army to me.
So can we do this? Go to Redcliffe and these other places and build an army?
You can call it an army, Eamon. Why not? Isn't that what Grey Wardens are supposed to do?
So you are set then, ready to be Grey Wardens.
I don't suppose you can offer any more help, could you?
Now that you mention it, I do have one more thing to offer.
The stew is bubbling, Mother dear. Do we have 2 guests for the eve, or none?
The Grey Wardens are leaving shortly, girl. And you will be joining them.
Such a shame. What?
You heard me, girl. The last time I looked, you had ears.
I thank you for your suggestion, but if your daughter doesn't wish to...
Her magic will be useful. Even better, she knows the wilds and how to get past the Horde.
Have I no say in this?
You have been itching to get out of the wilds for years. Here is your chance. As for you, Wardens, consider this repayment for your lives.
I'm taking this as your idea all along.
Pardon me, but I had the impression that you two needed assistance, whatever the form.
Not to look a gift horse in the mouth, but won't this add to our problems? Out of the wilds, she's an apostate.
If you do not wish help from us illegal mages, young man, perhaps I should have left you on that tower.
Point taken.
Mother, this is not how I wanted this. I'm not even ready.
You must be ready. Alone, these two must unite for Eldon against the Darkspawn. They need you, Morrigan. Without you, they will surely fail, and all will perish under the Blight. Even I.
I understand.
And you, Wardens, do you understand? I give you that which I value above all in this world. I do this because you must succeed.
We understand.
Allow me to get my things, if you please. I am at your disposal, Grey Wardens. I suggest a village north of the wilds as our first destination. It is not far, and you will find much you need there. Or, if you prefer, I shall simply be your silent guide. The choice is yours.
No, I prefer you speak your mind.
You will regret saying that.
Dear sweet mother, you are so kind to cast me out like this. How fondly I shall remember this moment.
Well, I always said, if you want something done, do it yourself. Or hear about it for a decade or two afterwards.
I just... Do you really want to take her along because her mother says so?
Look, Alistair, we need all the help we can get.
I guess you're right. The Grey Wardens have always taken allies where they could find them.
I am so pleased to have your approval.
I do have some questions before we leave.
I may have answers. Ask.
Tell me about this village to the north.
'Tis a small place of little consequence called Lothering. No more than a stop along your Imperial Highway where travelers purchase goods from local farms and smiths. I would go more often were it not for the town's chantry. It makes the village particularly intolerant and unpleasant for a stranger such as me.
A chantry? And they never in all this time thought that maybe you were a witch?
Of course they have. They even called out their Templars once. They found nothing.
Is there any reason to go to London?
I mention it for its tavern, where travellers gather with news from other places. 'Tis small enough that our appearance might go unnoticed. Beyond that, 'tis close, and I know the way.
Fair. What skills do you possess?
I know a few spells, though I am nowhere near as powerful as Mother. I have also studied history and your Grey Warden treaties.
Can you cook?
I can cook, yes.
Then you can substitute for Alistair.
Right, my cooking will kill us. That's all I meant.
I also know at least 15 different poisons that grow right here in this marsh. Not that I would suggest 'tis at all related to cooking. Farewell, Mother. Do not forget the stew on the fire. I would hate to return to a burned-down hut.
Bah! 'Tis far more likely you will return to see this entire area, along with my hut, swallowed up by the blight.
All I meant was...
Yes, I know. Do try to have fun, dear.
We get influence with both of our companions. This is good. Alistair gets a level up. This is good. Give you 2 strength, you can use that shield I've saved over for you. And I'll give you another point in willpower. Okay, Alistair, my boy. We finally have a party that's worth a damn. Let's equip them. Give you the mud idol. Morrigan, what should we give you? Staff is good for now, it's the only staff I've got. I'll give you your hat. I will give you... I think... I think your armor's good for now. I kinda like your outfit. I'll probably give that to a different character later on. You do need some shoes and some gloves, though. So I'll give you these rough studded leather gloves. I will give you the enchanter's footing, and that will do. I'll give you the sash of forbidden secrets, definitely. And I will give you this gift.
A fine gift. You have my thanks.
You can get your approval with your companions by giving them random gifts. An exploit I'll be using later on to full effect. Right, let us move to this lowering place. So we can finally finish this prologue. Denerim.
And I expect each of you to supply these men. We must rebuild what was lost at Ostagar, and quickly. There are those who would take advantage of our weakened state if we let them. We must defeat this Darkspawn incursion, but we must do so sensibly and without hesitation.
Your Lordship, if I might speak. You have declared yourself Queen Honora's regent and claim we must unite under your banner for our own good. But what of the army lost at Ostagar? Your withdrawal was most fortuitous.
Everything I have done has been to secure Ferelden's independence. I have not shirked my duty to the throne, and neither will any of you!
The Banorn will not bow to you simply because you demand it.
Understand this. I will brook no threat to this nation from you or anyone.
Bantegan, please!
Your Majesty, your father risks civil war. If Eamon were here...
Bantegan, my father is doing what is best.
Did he also do what was best for your husband, Your Majesty?
Or politically. More politics. And a tower thing that has no relevance. It's a dog. Sergeant Woofty. Pretty sure this is the Barbari I helped back at Ostergard.
I think he was out there looking for you. He's chosen you. Barbari are like that. They call it imprinting.
Does this mean we're going to have this mangy beast following us about now? Wonderful.
He's not mangy.
If you want him, Master, you can have him.
Me? I don't want a dog. I can barely take care of myself.
So many comments come to mind, I cannot even begin to choose.
At any rate, he must remember you helping him back at Ostergar. You're imprinted. Lucky you.
I suppose he might be handy. Can't say no. Dog. Let's do it for the memes. Markiplier was here. Markiplier was here.
What do you need?
Never mind. I'll do the companion dialogue and stuff at the start of the next episode. But right now, Markiplier. Can you do something about this gory mess? Do you see something interesting, Markiplier? Markiplier seems to have found a slightly dirty pair of silk pantaloons. Aha! One could never have too many pairs of pantaloons. That's all I wanted. And I know exactly who wants these pantaloons.
Is that for me? Really?
Alistair loves the pantaloons. He really likes the dirty pantaloons. Here, have this dirty pair of pants. You deserve them. Henceforth, you shall wear the dirty underpants.
Wake up, gentlemen. More travelers to attend to. Led by a dwarf, oddly enough.
They don't look much like them others, you know. Maybe we should just let these ones pass.
Nonsense. Greetings, travelers.
Highwaymen, preying on those fleeing the Darkspawn, I suppose.
They are fools to get in our way. I say, teach them a lesson.
Now, is that any way to greet someone? A simple 10 silvers, and you're free to move on.
You should probably listen to your friend. We're not refugees.
What did I tell you? No wagons, and this one looks armed.
The toll applies to everyone, Heinrich. That's why it's a toll, and not, say, a refugee tax.
Oh, right. Even if you're no refugee, you still gotta pay.
You do realise I'm not paying,
Well,
right?
I can't say I'm pleased to hear that. We have rules, you know.
Right. We get to ransack your corpse then. Those are the rules.
You could certainly try.
Well, this is going nowhere. Let's finish this, gents.
Couldn't we all just...
I don't think too high.
Now we get our hands dirty.
All right, we surrender. We're just trying to get by before the darkspawn get us all.
Get by? You're a fucking
Yes,
criminal.
I'm a criminal. I admit it. I apologize.
I'm turning you into the
There aren't any. Just the Templars, and they'll execute me.
They'll do what they must. Come
I'm
with
not
me.
going down without a fight.
Well, all right. And so I shall. Lovely. And so I shall. Of course.
That's it.
Complete annihilation. Ah, nah, damn it. I'm just gonna blow
Well,
through this.
there
I'm
it
gonna
is.
side quest here, but I'm just gonna blow
Lothering.
through this village.
Pretty as a painting.
Ah, so you have finally decided to rejoin us, have you? Falling on your blade in grief seemed like too much trouble, I take it.
Is my being upset so hard to understand? Have you never lost someone important to you? Just what would you do if your mother died?
Before or after I stopped laughing.
Right, very creepy. Forget I asked.
What do you want to talk about, Asda?
His navel, I suspect. He certainly has been contemplating it for long enough.
Oh, I get it. This is the part where we're shocked to discover how you've never had a friend your entire life.
I can be friendly when I desire to. Alas, desiring to be more intelligent does not make it so.
Anyway, I thought we should talk about where we intend to go first.
You should try to use the treaties.
I agree. Have you looked at them? There are three main groups that we have treaties for. The Dalish Elves, the Dwarves of Orzammar, and the Circle of Magi. I also still think that Arleman is our best bet for help. We might even want to go to him first.
Is there a way to contact the other Grey Wardens?
Short of leaving Ferelden to seek them out, the only place to send word to would be Weishaupt Fortress. And that's thousands of miles away.
Then we need to find.
I can give you directions, if you like.
Where do we find Arlene?
He'll be at Castle Redcliffe, in the far western part of Ferelden, next to the mountain passes. If he isn't there, someone will be able to tell us where he is.
Where do we find Redale?
If we head eastward, towards the Brazilian forest, we should hear word of one of the clans that wanders that area. Hopefully, they will still be there. You're going to have to. I certainly wouldn't want to go there alone.
Why? Would it frighten you? Are you afraid of dark and sunken places? Hmm?
I mean, we won't have any choice.
You'll be there under Grey Warden business, and the dwarves will just have to see reason.
They certainly are renowned for an abundance of reason, 'tis true.
God damn it. How do we get to Orzammar from here?
You don't know where Orzammar is?
She doesn't know how to find it on the surface, fool. She has never been here before.
If you follow the west road around Cullenhard Lake into the mountains through Gerland's Pass, from there I expect you'd know the way.
Where do we find the Circle of Mage?
That will be at their tower on Lake Cullenhard to the north. We'll be looking for the first enchanter, whoever that is.
Where would Loghain?
If he isn't out in the field with his army, he's probably going to be at the palace in Denerim. We can go to Denerim, but somehow I suspect that they're not going to let us just walk around. Only a suspicion, of course. Then you have a plan.
Why are you leaving it all to me? You obviously get that Grey Warden attitude.
Well, I don't know where we should go. I'll do whatever you decide.
Now that is unsurprising.
Al-Eamon is a good man, but I don't know for sure he's where we should go. I'm not going to fight about it.
What do you want? What do you think we should do?
Go after your enemy directly. Find this man Loghain and kill him. The rest of this business with the treaties can then be done in safety.
Yes, he certainly wouldn't see that coming, and it's not like he has the advantage of an army and experience and...
I was asked for my opinion and I gave it. If your wish is to come up with reasons why something cannot be done, we will stand here until the Darkspawn are upon us.
Let's just get going and see how...
Fair enough. Let's head into the village whenever you're ready.
Markiplier, make things more interesting for me. Do you see anything interesting around here, Markiplier? Markiplier seems to have found a piece of wood carved with curious symbols. Dirt still clings to it and it looks very old. You don't really know what it is, but it looks like it could be used as some kind of weapon. Oh my god! Markiplier gave me an amazing staff! The staff that Markiplier gave me is far better than the one she came with. Oh my goodness. Good boy, Markiplier! It's time to monetize his... It's time to monetize his dogginess.
Just how smart are Mabari supposed to be, anyway? Do you think they understand everything we say? Oh, is that so? You could just be listening to the tone of my voice. You could be an utter moron for all we know. Hey, hey, hey now! There's nothing saying that a moron can't be cute and adorable. Who's the cute and adorable puppy? Ignorance is bliss, isn't it? That's what the Chantry kept telling me anyhow.
Okay, that was adorable. That was adorable.
You there. If you're looking for safe shelter, I'll warn you, there's none to be found.
Anyway, tell me if you recognize the voice actor of this random Templar.
Move on if you can. Lothering's lost.
What do you mean?
We've had refugees streaming from the south for the last 2 days. The Chantry and Tavern are full to bursting. There simply isn't enough food to go around, and we Templars can barely keep order. You'd be better off elsewhere, my friend.
Thank you for the
Best
warning.
of luck wherever you might go.
Ah, look how they moan and wail and gnash their teeth. 'Tis sad to watch how helplessly they scurry about.
Right.
Back off. I have the right to charge what I wish.
You profit from their misfortune. I should have the Templars give away everything in your carts.
You wouldn't dare. Any of you step too close to my goods and I'll...
It's so nice to see everyone working together in a crisis. Warms the heart.
Oh, you there. You look able. Would you care to make a tiny profit helping a beleaguered businessman?
Is your profiteering ruffling a few feathers?
You could say that, yes.
The nerve of these people!
He is charging outlandish prices for things people desperately need. Their blood is filling his pockets.
'Tis only survival of the fittest. All of these cretins would do the same in his shoes, given the chance.
I have limited supplies. The people decide what those supplies are worth to them.
You bought most of your wares from these very people last week. Now they flee for their lives, and you want to talk business?
Look, stranger, I've 100 silvers if you drive this rabble off, starting with that priest. I'm an honest merchant, nothing more.
Are you saying I should take his offer? Wasting my head. You don't think you're being unscrupulous?
Would it help these folks if they could buy no goods at all?
They spend their very last coin because they are desperate, and this man preys upon them as surely as the bandits outside the city.
Ah, I'm not arguing anymore. Drive off this woman and get your 100 silvers. Otherwise, I'm taking my wagon and leaving.
Perhaps you could compromise and still make a profit, no?
Perhaps. If that woman agrees I'm allowed to charge something.
Do what you must, so long as the prices do not beggar the needy.
Fine, fine, done. And since you don't look too needy, normal prices for you.
So,
Fair
we
enough.
have come to solve every squabble in the village personally. My, but the Darkspawn will be impressed.
Thank you for your generous assistance. May the Maker watch over your path.
Don't give a shit. Leave a sandwich, made a Breville sandwich maker. Watch your path.
Huh. Don't suppose you're looking to buy something. All right.
Sure.
Just don't buy everything up.
Maybe I can give you some stuff that you might be able to sell on afterwards. Damage 11. Yeah, I'll get rid of that one. Ooh, it's a one-handed weapon now. Do you have any good two-handers? No, you don't. You don't have a better battle axe. Split belt gloves. get some boots as well. I'm buying preparation for other party members I'm gonna have. I'll get a helmet as well. Okay. Get rid of that. Wine. Get rid of these. Oregon, did I piss you off a little bit too much earlier? Would some wine help? Would some wine cheer you up, Morrigan?
A fine gift. You have...
Yes? Did you like to take a bit of wine? Yes, you did. I don't know why I talk like that. Don't kill me.
God will feast on your living heart. The legions of evil are on your doorstep. They will feast upon our hearts. There is nowhere to run. This evil will cover the world like a plague of locusts.
Please, you're scaring the children.
Better to slit their throats now than let them suffer at Darkspawn hands. There! One of their minions is already amongst us! This woman bears their evil stench! Can you not see the vile blackness that fills her?
What were you throwing accusations?
Please stop! Somebody shut his mouth!
But isn't he right? The ban left us. We're going to die.
This minion is but the first of those who will destroy us!
You poor man. What happened to you?
My family, my clan, those creatures butchered them all. Some of us fled here, but we cannot escape the Darkspawn!
Must have been horrible. How did you escape?
I ran, hearing my wife's screams as they dragged her off. She had hair the same color as yours.
Scaring these people won't bring her back.
You were right. I will go.
He was right, wasn't he? There's no hope for us.
There's always hope. Muster your courage.
You're right. We can't give up.
But we can't fight. What are we supposed to do?
We can't lie down and die either. We must go north to Denerim.
Being a talky person always helps.
Maybe with that blasted chasing gone, my headache will go as well.
Unlikely.
If you seek refuge in the Chantry, there's simply no room left. We turn none aside, but we simply don't have room for anyone to sleep. I know it's not something many dwarves do, but if you wish to offer devotion to the Maker, you may enter.
I want a sandwich. I'll go to the Revel sandwich maker when I'm ready. Who's in charge of this
The
church?
revered mother runs the Chantry itself, and Sir Bryant heads the Templars stationed here.
Did you know there were bandits on the highway?
Were? Did you drive them off? Well, Sir Bryant will appreciate that.
Have you heard any
Not
news?
since Tairn Loghain passed by with his army. It's a shame about the king. But with the Darkspawn coming, few can think of anything else. Make her watch over you.
The Revel sandwich maker watch over you as well. May your cheese and tomato toasties be delicious. I'm I'm going to keep making that Breville sandwich maker joke because it just makes too much sense.
There's word of darkspawn stragglers, but no sign of the main horde. We are the only hope of protection this village has now, and I will not abandon them. That is all. May the Maker have mercy on us.
Welcome to the church. Welcome to the church.
Yes, my lady? Who might you be?
You may call me
I am Sir Bryant, commander of Lothering's remaining Templars. You don't seem like the other refugees. Are you one of Arl Eamon's knights? Some have in recent days. Arl Eamon has fallen ill, and his knights are on a quest for the sacred urn filled with Andraste's ashes, said to cure any malady. He must be very ill if they chase miracles as the only cure. One of the Arl's knights, Sir Donnell, is here searching for fantasies while... Never mind. Ask him if you care about this foolishness.
Things seem very dire.
They are. With the ban having taken his men north, the village is left to its fate. We will evacuate as many as we can before the horde reaches us. I will stay as long as I am needed. Now, unless there's something else you need.
I need some information.
If the matter is important, certainly.
Have you heard of any...
Other than the Darkspawn horde bearing down on us, none of it is good. Teon Loghain is set to declare himself king, I hear. Disaster piled on disaster.
The king had no...
None that we know of. Teon Loghain has no legitimate claim on the throne. He may be a hero, and his daughter may be queen, but he is a commoner, and the king's corpse is barely cold. If Arl Eamon was able to intervene, perhaps it would not have gone this far. I do not care who takes the throne. Only fools fight over who owns a cottage while it burns down around them. The revered mother leads this flock. I merely command her Templars. Normally, our role is to protect the Chantry and seek out unsanctioned magic. For now, it is all we can do to protect the innocent.
What do Templars fight against?
We have more than swords at our disposal. We're taught to dispel unholy magics as well. If only our powers work to keep away the Darkspawn. Alas, it is not so.
Are you really protecting this village?
Our ban was summoned by Teon Loghain, and he took his soldiers north with him. Lothering has been abandoned.
Tell me about some... Where can I find this revered?
In her study, no doubt. Preparing what she will take when we eventually evacuate. If the matter is important, certainly. Only if you are interested in the business of mages. I have heard word that the Templars who watch over the Circle of Magi's tower have called for the rite of annulment. Hopefully I've heard wrong. If the rite of annulment is invoked, the tower and every living soul within will be destroyed.
We need the Circle's help. We should go and find out what's happening.
To have such a call when mages are needed to fight the Darkspawn, something terrible must have happened. I have nothing else to tell you. The only news I care about is the approaching horde. Now, unless there's something else you need. I see. That is certainly worthy of notice. Teon Loghain declared all Grey Wardens traitors responsible for the king's death. You know this, I hope. And set a bounty on any who survived. I don't believe the Grey Wardens would be as careless or malicious as the Teon claims. But either way, there it is. It is best you not linger, though. Just in case.
Those bandits outside.
Maker's breath. How many times must we drive them off?
They won't bother you again.
All of them? By yourself?
It's true. I saw it from my post. It was over so fast we didn't even have time to get over there.
Sad that it needed to come to that. But then they asked for it. Will you accept a small reward for your service? If it interests you, there is a Chanters board outside full of quests that need doing. The Chanters even offer pay for some of them. Now,
No, thank you.
unless there's something else you need.
I don't need any more side quests right now. Is there any other help you could offer?
I cannot openly help you, I fear, but... Here, take this key. It opens the large cabinet on the far wall. There is more there than we can carry when we evacuate, so take what you need.
Thank you.
Travel safely, and may the Maker watch over you.
Yes, I'm sure the Breville sandwich maker will watch over me very well. Looking forward to my cheesecake making toast.
Who? I beg your pardon. I did not see you approach.
Sir Donald? Is that you?
Alistair? By the Maker, how are you? I was certain you were dead.
Not yet. No thanks to Turn Logain.
If Arl Eamon were well, he'd set Logain straight soon enough.
So you're here looking for the Urn of Sacred Ashes, then?
I am indeed. Andraste's ashes are said to cure any illness, but I fear we are chasing a fable. With each day, my hope dims.
I was actually hoping to meet the Arl.
Why is that, if I may ask?
You need his help against Turn.
I see. The Arl is a popular man, it's true. Turn Logain, however, is a hero throughout Ferelden. Whatever the Turn has done or not done, the Arl remains ill, or worse. That is my primary concern.
Do you think Logain is involved in the Arl's...
The Arl fell ill before the king died. But what if Logain planned that too? Oh, such thoughts do not sit well with me.
We should see what's happening in Redcliffe ourselves. I believe that now more than ever.
If nothing else, I am certain you would be welcomed at Castle Redcliffe. The Arlessa is there, and she could tell you more than I could.
So your quest for the ashes...
I expected to take advantage of the Chantry's library, in fact, but my skills are better suited to battle than chasing down tales.
Of the unexpected. Tell me more about this Urn of Sacred Ashes.
Supposedly, the urn contains the ashes of the prophetess Andraste. Surely you know all this.
We dwarves don't learn much about your religion.
If you're truly interested, there are books here containing a great deal of lore. Nothing I have found leads me to believe that this was anything more than a quest of desperation. I intend to return to Redcliffe soon and tell the Arlessa exactly that, once Sir Henrik arrives.
I'm not sure I'm allowed to read the Book of Lore at the moment. He's currently in the middle of doing his stream. Once Lore finishes his stream, I may read his book. That was just too easy to joke about. I'm afraid your friend Sir Henrik is dead. I have something.
What? And you have his locket? And a note? Maker's mercy. Thank you for giving me leave. I would never have known otherwise.
I'm sorry about your...
Thank you. I wonder how many of us have met similar fates on this mad quest. My mission takes priority. But I fear I shall be returning to Redcliffe with nothing to show for my efforts.
Good luck to you. I must go.
With Henrik gone, I need to return to Redcliffe. Perhaps later I will seek out the scholar his note mentions. But I must go. Thank you again, my lady. You have been most helpful.
And when the Maker spoke, a chant of light. Complete.
I have elven boots. These elven boots were made for... I'm not going to do any more readings of the lore right now because we're being pressed for time. It's starting to get late. However, I will start next week's stream with a massive lore. Sound good?
redemption be delivered. Let those who have sinned be forgiven.
Mother says we have to run. I'm scared. When are we going home?
Never, child. You will never leave here.
That in here are righteous dedication and enduring perseverance.
And then shall the Maker return.
I doubt I'm going to talk to her unless I really need to, but this is the head of this church.
And then shall
The head of all the churches doesn't show up in the game until the third game. I don't know when I'll be streaming that. Maybe it's
only
wait,
the
I don't know.
word dispels the darkness upon us. And when
Right now, I just want to get through this prologue so that we can end the stream and I can actually get some rest. I'm probably going to still be able to do stuff later, like watching some yeah,
I'm cold.
yeah, there she is.
Do you really know what's
Right.
going on here? The Blight, the Civil War? I really wonder how much of it you understand. We're all special, big parts to play. Even you, especially you in some ways. You are the Mabari. You guard one of the most important people. What? You want to play? But I'm talking. Why doesn't anyone want to hear me talk?
I want to do exposition. Why can't I exposition? Dragon Age exposition. Anyway, there's two people I should talk to. One of them is over there in that cage. The other one, and more important,
So, Terran Logan.
is in here.
Well, look what we have here then. I think we've just been blessed.
Uh-oh. Logain's men. This can't be good.
Didn't we spend all morning asking about a dwarf by this very description? And everyone said they hadn't seen one.
It seems we were lied to.
Gentlemen, surely there's no need for trouble. These are no doubt simply more poor souls seeking refuge.
They're more than that. Now stay out of our way, sister. You protect these traitors, you'll get the same as them.
Look, let's just talk about this before things get out.
I doubt he would listen. He blindly follows his master's commands.
I am not the blind one. I served at Ostagar, where the Turn saved us from the Grey Warden's treachery. I serve him gladly. Enough talk! Take the Warden into custody. Kill this sister and anyone else that gets in your way.
Right, let's make this quick.
We are not alone.
Well, sister, they attacked you. I didn't do anything.
All right, you've won. We surrender.
Good. They've learned their lesson and we can all stop fighting now.
Grey Wardens didn't betray King Kalen, Logain.
I was there. The Turn pulled us out of a trap.
The Turn left the king to die.
The Wardens led the king to his death. The Turn could do nothing.
If that's what you believe, take a message to Logain.
What do you want to tell him?
Tell him that the Grey Wardens know what really happened.
I'll tell him. Right away, now. Thank you.
I apologize for interfering, but I couldn't just sit by and not help.
I appreciate what you tried to
I am glad you found it in your heart to offer those men mercy. Let me introduce myself. I am Liliana, one of the lay sisters of the Chantry here in Lothering. Oh, I was.
I am Freya. Pleasure.
Those men said you're a Grey Warden. You will be battling the Darkspawn, yes? That is what Grey Wardens do. I know after what happened, you will need all the help you can get. That's why I'm coming along.
I mean, I will need all the help I can get, that is true.
That, and the Maker wants me to go with you.
What, the Breville Sandwich Maker sent you to help me? What do cheese toasties have to do with this? Can you,
I know that sounds absolutely insane, but it's true. I had a dream. A vision.
Oh god, it's Martin Luther King.
More crazy? I thought we were all full up.
Look at the people here. They are lost in their despair, and this darkness, this chaos, will spread. The Maker doesn't want this. What you do, what you are meant to do, is the Maker's work. Let me help.
Again, what do cheese toasties have to do with this? Fine. I won't turn away. Help.
Perhaps your skull was cracked worse than Mother thought.
Thank you. I appreciate being given this chance. I will not let you down.
For now, I'm sorry, Doggo. I'm sorry, Barky Player, but...
Indeed.
You human party member. Let's give you some proper clothes, shall we? Let's give you a helmet. Let's give you some leather gloves. Give you some leather shoes. Oh, leather shoes are good. And let's give you some leather armor. There you go. That's better. Let's give you a bow. Because you in this game you're built to be an archer, so let's let you be an archer. That's what you're built for. So we need to equip to you, so for now. Right, that's done. Let's go get party member number 2. I kind of want to get this done now. We've been streaming for what, 5 hours at this point?
Did you speak to that knight yesterday? Said he was
Jeez!
How dare you accuse me of thievery? I saw you take the
Yeah, as soon as I finish this prologue, I plan to stop already anyway.
You aren't one of my captors. I have nothing to say that would amuse a dwarf. Leave me in peace.
You're a prisoner? Who put you?
I'm in a cage, am I not? I've been placed here by the Chantry.
The revered mother said he slaughtered an entire family, even the children.
It is as she says. I am Sten of the Beresad, the vanguard of the Kunari peoples.
I'm Freya, pleased to meet you.
You mock me. Or you show manners I have not come to expect in your lands. Though it matters little now, I will die soon enough.
This is a proud and powerful creature, trapped as prey for the Darkspawn. If you cannot see a use for him, I suggest releasing him for mercy's sake alone.
Mercy? I wouldn't have expected that from you.
I would also suggest that Alistair take his place in the cage.
Yes, that's what I would have expected.
I suggest you leave me to my fate.
I find myself in need of some skilled help, actually.
No doubt. What help do you seek?
I am sworn to defend the lands against
The Blight. Are you a Grey Warden, then?
I am.
Surprising. My people have heard legends of the Grey Warden's strength and skill. Though I suppose not every legend is true.
The revered mother let you...
Perhaps if you told her the Grey Wardens need my assistance, it seems as likely to bring my death as waiting here.
I'll leave you.
Farewell, then.
To be left here to starve? Or to be taken by the Darkspawn? No one deserves that. Not even a murderer.
People here are already desperate to fight. They don't need you coming to blows. What about my food?
I don't even need to talk to him. I can just press one button with this lady.
It's done.
And so it is done. I will follow you into battle. In doing so, I shall find my atonement.
I mean, there's an actual quest here where you can actually go talk to the Revered Mother, argue with her about letting this guy go free. If you have enough persuasion, it should be easy enough, but it can be a bit of a battle if you don't. Or you can do what I just do. Have yourself be a rogue, or have someone who is a rogue in your party. Pick the lock on this cage, and it's done quickly. It's done quickly enough. Thank you, Sten. Glad to have you join us.
May we proceed? I am eager to be elsewhere.
Fair enough. I will take... We've been with Alistair for a while, so I'll take Alistair out of the party for now. Crap, that's not what I meant to do.
Oh,
Alistair?
Blasted. Yes.
Then let's spend a little bit of time. Let's spend a little bit of time with our new party member before we end, shall we? I will give you the Jason Flatblade, steel helmet, splint mail gloves, splint mail shoes, and some chainmail. Practice will give you the matching chainmail boots. There you go. That's all I can equip you with for now. Let's just depart.
We done heard what was said. You're a warden. I don't know if you killed King Kalen, and make her forgive me, I don't care. But that bounty on your head could feed a lot of hungry bellies. Attack!
Couldn't we all just get
How dare you? Another call, fire.
Alright, let's rush through now. We're almost done. We're almost done with the prologue.
Someone help us!
Right ourselves.
You battle a Kunari!
Right. And that's that done.
Mighty timely arrival there, my friend. I'm much obliged.
You're very welcome.
The name's Bodon Feddick, merchant and entrepreneur. This here is my son, Sandal. Say hello, my boy.
Hello.
Road's been mighty dangerous these days. Mind if I ask what brings you out here? Perhaps we're going the same way.
It's a bit complicated, but you're welcome to come along.
Complicated? Somehow I imagine that only says a half of it. Thank you for the offer, but there may be more excitement on your path than is good for my boy and me. Allow me to bid you farewell and good fortune.
Goodbye.
Now then, let's get this mess cleaned up, shall we?
Yes, let's. We'll cast statuette. I'll hold on to that. I've done enough for me for now. Let's leave, because as soon as we hit this as soon as we hit this quest marker here, we'll be into the final cutscene of the prologue and we'll officially begin the main game. We're officially done for the session.
Bad dreams, huh?
Must have been something I ate.
Drank more like, as in the tainted blood, remember? You see, part of being a Grey Warden is being able to hear the Darkspawn. That's what your dream was, hearing them. The Archdemon, it talks to the Horde, and we feel it just as they do. That's why we know this is really a blight.
Why didn't Junk just tell him?
He did. He said he felt the Archdemon's presence. Everyone just assumed he was guessing. It takes a bit, but eventually you can block the dreams out. Some of the older Grey Wardens say they can understand the Archdemon a bit, but I sure can't. Anyhow, when I heard you thrashing around, I thought I should tell you. It was scary at first for me, too.
Other surprises I should know
Other
about?
than dying young and the whole defeat the Blight alone thing, no. I'm all tapped out for surprises. Anyhow, you're up now, right? Let's pull up camp and get a move on.
Right. And now we are officially into the main game of Dragon Age Origins. The prologue is over. And with that, I will take my leave. I've been streaming for a long time. I need to rest. So thank you for joining us for the first session. Straight into that to be a rest. But we'll make it. So from me and the voices in my head, we bid you adieu, and we will see you next Saturday for the continuation of Dragon Age Origins. Good night. Saving content. I should go. Ciao ciao, and bye bye.